Hey, Goto. Yeah, when I was trying this last night, I was not a good time to be starting a story game. I was barely paying attention to what was going on, so. Mr. Really Cool and Important, right here in the chat. I want to make like a bet for this game, but there's nothing I can really do. Well, we'll find something maybe. Yeah, I was gonna bet on if there's gonna be more fucking memes, but I don't know. I actually read the description of this game, like the just the elevator pitch type of thing on Steam. Seems more interesting than I was giving it credit for. I think it's some kind of looping time game thing about like some kind of utopia where nobody can sin or they all die or something. I don't know any details, there's only like 3 sentences. We'll see though. Could just be like baby's first loop thing. Everybody talks it up because it's like a Skyrim mod or something. God knows. Could have done the good life, but baby, I'm surprised you're still up. Hey, let me know when you want to do a way out, man. I'm free anytime this week. But yeah, it could be baby's first. I will see. I don't know. I don't really have many predictions. The 10 minutes we did yesterday, other than the Karen meme thing, I can't say I was paying much attention. Oh, I see. They're out drinking. Horchata, tasty. Just like rice, cinnamon, milk. Gave Average a taste of Franker Z emotes. Does he not have that installed or something? Or just not in his channel? What's up, Bruce? Thanks again for the subs yesterday, man. Oh, I see. No Cat Jam. Yeah, Cat Jam is a better Twitch TV, but then yeah, Franker Z has plenty of awesome ones too. Good lad. Alright, well, let's see we get started. Yeah, I haven't tried again today. I'll let it sit a little faster with Goto. I just want to do something other than horror. So we're going to give this one a go again, yeah. I didn't really give it much of a go yesterday, so. Do I play Mario Party Goto 2? I'm still serious. Core team of 3 people over 4 years. Mystery adventure with multiple endings. Thoughtful conversation exploration. The fate of the city is in your hand. Uh-oh.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change.
Kinda hate this Skyrim zoom in.
Wanna tell me who you are?
There's just something about it, man. I'd almost rather them just talk to me from farther away instead of the zoom in. I don't know why I have some kind of just hatred for it now. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I never liked it. It was always kind of like zooming in on faces and stuff that felt uncanny or just fucked. We'll play as... Play Mario Party Godot 2.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Floating down the river.
Really? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't think I want.
I'm gonna do running to just move quicker through stuff.
Oh, come on. In your state, I could drop you on. You owe me, and I need a favor.
She needs a favor.
There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think.
My camera's blocking subs. Sec. Give me a sec. Why is this so fucked? Sorry guys. Oh, the game keeps going, dude. My alt tab. I totally missed what she said. Sorry about that. Is there like a way to read old dialogue?
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
What's with the facial animation too? Should restart again? I guess we could. Non-meme name? But I like that name, man. I think I will restart again though. Alright, here's the fresh one, dude. New game. I wonder if you could fast forward through dialogue.
I checked your pockets for ID, so...
Stranger, stranger. We'll just be a stranger. Mystery Aniki, man.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the... Really? Oh. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped, or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Why doesn't she just do it? She won't break her promise. God, fucking eyes.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not.
She should bring my dude back to civilization either way.
Together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure.
Just pretty much holding him hostage.
Find him, that is.
Like, you don't have anywhere to go. But I'll let you leave on my boat if you do something for me. Like, I just washed up on a fucking riverbank.
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Yeah. Yeah, you're so weak. You're so weak that you can go into the ruins that might be dangerous, but I can't. Sounds like she's just fucking us.
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. Look, if you really want to know all the tragic details, perhaps I can fill you in after you find Al?
Karen memes, dude.
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
Would somebody really not want to, like, say their name is Karen because of, like, the occasional Karen meme?
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just
All
past those
paths.
columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Okay. Why are you a womanlet? She's even got your... I mean, you're gonna offer it?
Just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
You gonna offer some to me? No? %25 more sprint speed.
If you're reading this, It means
What's up,
I've
Cactus?
discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads,
I like how, man, I hate dialogue that plays.
you who
Oh,
wish
okay.
to enter the city.
I was like, what the fuck? I hate when dialogue starts playing, but they let you keep doing stuff. About 2 seconds later, it just cuts it off. But this game surprisingly continued it.
Fourth, and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning.
Or dramatic pause. A warning. Damn, some of these guys are jacked. They won't move. Some just get knocked over easy. I feel like the FOV's too small. Maybe not. This must be Al. Nice fucking jeans, brother. Christ, dude. You won't be missed, Al.
This? I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, but you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, and that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Nice. Don't need that, right? It's just a lighter. Yeah, that's good of them to do. Although, how long ago was he in here, man? Those torches, I don't think torches stay lit for that terribly long. What's up, Mr. Clean?
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Salve, friend.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Damn, he sounds so Roman. Not that what Roman sounds like, but He looks clean, man.
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly?
Before or after crying?
But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Okay, dude. Let's do
Follow
it.
me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here.
Oh,
But
nice.
as
Learn
you
how
can
to
see,
play the
we've
game.
got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment.
Simulating
Count the
playing a
three we're
walking
missing.
sim.
No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
See a horny lady.
I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say.
Oh, say it,
Down
you
on your
pussy.
right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Why am I hovering behind
Don't
this
mind
man?
Livia. She means
Turn it up a little bit again.
well, she's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau
name
is
is
where the
Mystery
magistrate
Onic.
and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's
Salve,
Horatius.
friend.
Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
It's really loud. Fountain. Jesus.
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand.
Alright, their voices are way too quiet. The fucking fountain's like louder than my
Right
damn
now is the
voice.
Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these
I do wonder if a Roman in this time period would really be so bothered by common, like, some kind of common Roman practice. I'm curious if they're gonna, like, use, like, modern day morality with everybody's fucking, like, even though everybody's, like, some fucking Roman from bazillion years ago. I feel like things are probably a little different, but let's see. I guess this is a different situation.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. Something about your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood? Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
Beautiful, man.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever
Sin is a
witnessed something
big
so extraordinary
thing, man.
as a city?
Do they have like a hard definition of what they consider a sin? Like, is lying a sin? I wonder if I lied back there, if something would happen then.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun...
I'll make sure of that, my friend.
And now
What
it
are you worried
seems
about?
that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule.
Oh.
Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured.
Is that
I
the
know
best
that's a
dream?
lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes, or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
So, we'll play it cool, man. I'll hit him with the fucking paragraph, and
I'm I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have
We're gonna play it
laws
smooth
forbidding
for now,
treason
right?
and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual
What's up,
to
Buzzers?
Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life.
I didn't say what was up earlier.
It's said
So
to
what's up
open
now?
a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past.
To the past.
And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you.
So it could be anybody who goes
You
back?
belong in our time, do you?
Yes, I do.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
Okay. Tip, these questions will be available later. No,
All I
I'll
can
go
tell
ahead and
you
do it
is
now.
that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't
Magistrate
need to use it.
Sentius seems like an alright dude.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
So wait, what was it? The rituals, like... Is that to open the portal? Or is that to like stop the rule from killing everybody? I didn't catch what the ritual part was. I mean, I get the rule and but the portal opens up, I guess. Must be the portal.
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Alrighty.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to
That's
happen.
cute. I seems to remember a lot of dialogue. I mean, I could have took these in any order, right? But he just mentioned him sacrificing himself, which was one of the options out of those that we saw.
You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here. and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her.
Perhaps.
An unbeliever, then? If you come up with a better explanation, I'll be interested to hear it. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Let's make a paradox. It'll be fine. He's the magistrate. For today, at least. He knows what he's talking about.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave.
Sure.
Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
I'm getting some investigating.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were
Fucking
you,
paradise
I'd
killer,
start my
man.
investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. It seems like something's not right.
Let's do it. See ya, magistrate. Just follow him around. I have an inventory. God, the fucking sound effects, man. Oh, the user interface. Okay, that was the problem. Effects, we're turning the voices up. Yeah. Yeah, put it in his eyes. By the gods. This is the power of God. This is owned. He's got money. If I steal, will something happen? Sentius adopted scintilla. Can I like keep this shit? Is this gonna be like written down somewhere? Oh!
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, This mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving.
Yeah, I guess she was trying to yell at the gods. Maybe they could have had her looking up or something there. But it just bowflaxing out on this fucking thing.
I suppose we will. I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Charming.
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Those mouth breathers, an insult back in the day, you guys think? Probably not.
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done.
The fuck are you doing? You're looking pretty fucking relaxed.
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
The mystery man.
I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience.
Her fucking like
all I know is
fucking
whoever he is,
giant eyebrows
still
thing
here
going
in
on,
the
man.
city.
Like fucking Ace Ventura back and forth in the fucking eyebrows here.
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Bluff here. Just an observation.
If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door.
I hope her
Maybe
father
you'll
ends up
find
being just
something
an
the rest of
awesome
us
dude,
missed.
and she's an asshole. That'd be funny. It's pretty cocksure.
Thank you.
Pretty fucking arrogant. Mean. What else we got in here? Bust. Whoa. Aries. You don't talk too much during dialogue, so this game's probably gonna be low talk outside of these sections here. Write diaries, but I've kept myself occupied. She's kind of an asshole, huh? So this is Cynthia's diary, not Scintilla, the daughter, the younger daughter that we're looking for. Damn, you only got 17 to your name? Come on, you can do better than that. Active, complete, leads. Point of origin, create a time paradox. Oh, that is the goal. We have to create a paradox. Might not even have anything to do with actually the golden rule at all. We'll see. Brass mirror. Game's not supposed to be like insanely long either, I think about 10 hours, so might actually finish it today. They're really stealing if I'm supposed to be here. Oh, crouch. Visual style. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. Powder for makeup, which has clipping. We got mirrors. Clementia, give you the strength to forgive me. I know this way my fellow skill was taken. Did they not ever find this? They weren't really looking very hard. It's not like she's got a big fucking room, dude.
What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that. I wonder how I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Scintilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
Yeah. The villa next door. That's cool, we're doing a little investigating mystery action here. We'll see how much investigating is really there and how much of it's just talking to people, but I'd like to explore the place and all that. Is this the villa next door? I imagine it is.
Ave.
Ave Maria.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about on election day?
Does my guy look
Mark
like
my
he's
words,
fucking even part of
Malleolus
this?
is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
What is Cape Murda?
Can't hurt. The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go for
Try to get as much info, I guess, as we can over this bit.
Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him,
Can't say I'm interested in any political shit. We'll see if there's more to it than that when we find out who did what.
Dunno. Something good. Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. Just make it good. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
I believe it, brother.
I think
don't even
it's
know who
gone
the
on
hell
long
he is.
enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
Yeah, he's feeling big, man. What was the name of the chick from the new Ace Attorney, the daughter? And what was her job again? With the cleavers? What's her name go to? You've seen the game a few times now. You'd remember it. Maria Gory, dude.
Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us?
Yeah, boss of this ship. I think it's the fucking Dude looks like, I mean, he's one step away from wearing fucking just tight leather, man. This shit barely looks like it's here for protection, man. Not the clipping there.
She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. She was acting sick. Faking it, if you ask me. Typical. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
I'm the boss of this random courtyard. He has a wound. Yeah, I'll go get a drink. Is this the one, man? I'm gonna go grab a drink while I let this one jam. Alright, right back. This man's working hard. Forgot there's one called Men at Work. Which one was that? Let's see. Oh, this one. That one's not worth thinking about. Where'd you get the wound, man? It's supposed to be a land of no sin. What do you... Did you fall and hurt yourself, my friend? And I... Oh, I gotta turn back on the music. Sin all ye please. Yeah. I'll be stealing this. Let's save and find out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Aye! Aye! Sentius, it was me! Gotta sin. He's good. He's got no items on him.
Salve, friend. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
What? The hell is that? A zip line
Just attach
bar.
the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles.
It's good we restarted the loop.
Faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. Alright, see you around.
Some of those stiff animations, man. Probably get back down there and look, hear me out. What if what if I jump off the side of this? Okay. That's what.
Oh.
Suicide. Maybe it does
Just a tap.
break the golden rule,
Alright.
but we'll never know because we're dead.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch them.
Don't care, lady. I'm going back to where I was.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here.
How come we didn't have to talk to the guy again? I thought this dude was expecting us.
I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others. And making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire.
Buddy, I didn't ask for this much information.
Trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But, I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labour does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure.
Hey buddy, ever tell you your water fountain's really fucking loud?
Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
What's the big mystery? I wonder if we're actually going to be finding somebody or if there's going to be like a bigger picture kind of twist.
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Thanks, dude. There won't be a tomorrow. Tavern keeper, tavern and slum, knows a way out. Imprisoned in warehouse. The slums. Georgius. Hannibal. Boss disappeared. Uses the word. Money lending. No, it's not to be trusted. Nutrition.
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline.
Yeah, how's this going to be if you like redo the loop, but you need to be like 20 conversations deep and something possibly to get like different dialogue. Maybe it's going to be really good about that and not have like too many required chains of things. I mean, you could skip dialogues, it's not a big deal.
It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. If you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage. But he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
That kind of
I
weak.
appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Aqueducts, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Okay, dude.
What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her, but it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better?
I have an elevated mind. I'm from the future. We're better than you see. We gave up God for anime.
I suppose that's true.
I know what you did to her. The bluffs. I like these like fucking bluff ones. I know what you did to her. You killed her, didn't you? She's in the well.
Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or
Domitius.
But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose.
Okay. I'm interested. I'm interested in what's going on.
Fine. Alright. Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us to Scintilla.
Later, my dude. Democracy. The locked villa. Ask Killia about Scintilla's escape plan. Ask residents of the villas for clues. Oh, I have money. Oh. Was that the money that I stole? Can you steal shit and then take it back through the loops? Duplicating my money, dude.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Scintilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Ha! As if I'll be afraid of you, little man.
I should have fucking got the gun at the beginning, dude. 25% faster running's cute, but just walking around just like shooting this dude in the face would be funny as fuck. Climbable vines. Only they could support my weight. Is this the locked villa? Oh, that's that guy, I see. How did I turn on the waypoints? Hey.
That's some lamp.
Hey, Horatius. Does it hurt? I know what you did, Horatius. I know what you fucking did. I don't see an objective guide. Didn't she say I was in the villa next to us?
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting... Oh. What? You should...
What would you say there at the end?
Oh, look, you're back. How Oh, you... What? Really? But it's odd. It was only a few... You should go and speak with her. Find out...
The villa next door, Yulia. Next door. Does she live in, Marcelius's place? There's not anything over there, man. Oh, we'll just keep exploring around, huh? She lives on top of the hill.
Oh, the moon.
Jesus. It was 190. I have 191. Yeah, so if you do steal shit, you gotta keep it. So I could dupe money if I wanted. Yeah, what's up? May the Lord bless and keep you. Can I discuss this with you in person? I'm right, then you'll be able to worship up in here. Deep in the caves behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork and again at the second. Okay. I don't know where the theater is. Coin pouch steel. Is that gonna like open something? We're not allowed to steal things. I might have to like force loops at some point.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
No.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask,
What is your story?
I don't give a fuck.
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me.
They're
And
very
then
important.
you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest,
Shut
I've
the
often
fuck
thought
up.
what an
I
unnecessary
really
formal
wish
way to communicate that is.
we'd pick the gun
So,
option.
let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is? Vesta is the mother goddess of hearth and home, and the guardian of the Roman people. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you? Older. I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Karen, did she do it?
Good. Thank you. But please be careful.
It's always the Karen or something.
Don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Carinia.
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive
Hey,
member of
shape
our
these.
little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was
Great.
always so
That's what makes her a good
always
part of the
seeking
community.
out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working, and became despondent.
God, the voices are so quiet. They keep getting a bit
Galerius and
quieter.
I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her.
The mystery of how we got here is kind of important.
That she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this
3
labyrinth,
common threads.
and come back to me if you discover any patterns. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of
people.
I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses.
No, my favorite.
Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
Let's go for it.
Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic, realizing only a select few possess such powers. Says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
What a fucking stupid story. There's some fucking hobo who looked like he just murdered somebody, came up to my door and was like, "Hey man, mind if I stay the night?" I'd be like, "Fuck you." Yeah, I'm all about helping, you know, people out and stuff, but you gotta care about your own safety too, man. Those people died for that, man. Fucking hell, man. I'd be curious to hear what the gods told them when they're at the door, man. You know? Were they like, "Man, please, I need help, man. I've got nothing." I'd be like, "Okay, maybe, right." They're just like, "Hey, man, you got a place to stay for the night? Some food, some wine?" Be like, fuck off. Hot take. I mean, it's got a cute thing to it, but it's so... what is it, naive? Because it's like, just gotta be real, right? I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, everybody should be good to each other, but it's like, bad shit happens, and you can't just be immediately trusting of shit like that. Especially in your own home, with your family and all that. Come on, man. Oh, here we go. Chances that the gods may kill you at any moment for failing their test, and they don't even have to tell you what the rules are. We'll just be cool to everybody for now.
I'm pleased to hear it.
We gotta stand, we gotta get information. There ain't no point in getting nasty yet. Really fancy bad Drake. Yeah, seriously, dude. Hey man, they didn't know back then, right? What did they have? They didn't have shit, man.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Nominate another candidate.
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Should have brought the gun, dude.
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. As you wish.
What just happened? Is her skirt?
Certainly. And did you notice anything? A pattern? Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they wound up here. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yeah. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Sure thing, madam. Easy on that road. Gracious. Oh, is there like a time limit in the day? This dude just does push-up.
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Scintilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed fella. Funny accent, too.
A traveler from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Then let's make sure he feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
They're like, he's behind us, isn't he? Watching us. Praise God. They seem fine, unless they're hiding some stuff. They might be. This is a big old thing up here, huh? This is a whole thing, so is that. Jesus. A large area. Unless we can explore it. Greetings, my young lady.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of Silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for
so we can save her, I assume.
And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here, with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch
You
her
could
die.
work something out, I think.
Kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her
Yeah, I'd
dying
like to
breath.
know these things too.
Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that Silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Okay.
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Sure thing. Medical tools. Brack. Nice cock.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Where's the action? It's more of a talking investigation game, dude. Loaf of bread. I don't think we're gonna be getting much action. Yeah, I should have got the gun, man. I didn't know if it would be. I didn't think it was a game I was gonna be like, you know. Like, no, I figured maybe you'd pick up like a sword or something. Not that there'd be like a lot of combat, but like you'd have some silly way to beat somebody up. Maybe you still can. But the gun would have been funny. Yeah, I saw that up there. I mean, I guess they figure you would never see it. Or it's kind of got like a missing bit. Yeah. That's alright.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Chest is locked. You got anything in here, pal? I think it was literally a Skyrim mod before they made it into an actual game.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
You're a pretty greedy guy, huh? I guess we need his key to be able to steal something. They're not gonna let us just grab it.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navier on our hands. She claimed the statue was a whispering stone.
Yeah, if you had a gun, you could just kill this guy and take his shit,
She shut herself
probably.
in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Sylphium or not? Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget?
I mean, that'd be nice.
You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gather my coins and some priceless vases.
Yeah, it
into a
sounds like
cart
you take
and had
shit
my
from
most loyal
corpses
slave
and
girl,
stuff.
pretty young thing named
Pretty
Jennifer,
patches thing to
push it
do.
for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
That's the stream currency, man. I don't have any. I don't have any bot commands outside of the one you guys see pop up every 30 minutes. If there's some you guys would really like, we could do that, but I don't really have any. Thanks for watching, Bruce. The special connoisseur.
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all
Thank you
wide.
as well, Guardian.
And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into
What
the
a
tire
really
bump.
important and cool person, man. To redeem a Clitzy special.
No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Are we all like dead? Is this some kind of like afterlife or something? We'll see.
Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might be a stroke of good
Commiserations.
fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome.
Oh, really?
If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
I haven't checked them. See you from a parallel world? Yeah. We got it, dude. Inquisition on Origin. Control Ultimate Edition full game. Really? On GOG. Rise of the Tomb Raider. I have to redeem it on like special place. There's my code. I'm gonna redeem it. Give me a sec. Just redeemed it for no reason. Yeah. Fuck it. Where do you even turn in codes in GOG, man? There's so few fucking options here, man. Account management. More offers. You have to do it on their website? Really? Oh. I see. Palm trees. I have the launcher downloaded, yeah. Are they trying to make sure you download their launcher or something? I have to sign in now. Oh my god. God forbid they just let me use the fucking launcher. Fucking sign in 1,000 different times here, dude. They want my fucking EA Play to... Why not EA Play? My fucking... Code redeemed successfully. Good. Jesus. Alright. Next. I just want to get these done now before I forget about them. Inquisition on Origin. Me. Rise of the Tomb Raider on Epic. I mean, fuck it, I guess, man. I don't have the Epic Game Store launcher downloaded. Someday I'll have to, just to play the fucking games I've redeemed, but... Seriously gotta fucking do Origin? There's already EA Play, man. Through Game Pass. That's hilarious. They also have Origin here. Puzzle Agent 2. Rogue Heroes, Secret File, Sam Peters, BAFL, Breaks Are for Losers, Liberated, Demon Hunter 2. I've never heard of a single one of these games. Alright, let me fucking do Inquisition. Fuck it. My code. Yeah, those are definitely the highlights. I mean, who knows? Those other games might be good. I've just literally never heard of them. So. Do I have to do it on EA Play? Can I just do it on the EA? This thing? Oh my god. Sign in with your EA account. One sec here. Nice. Okay, it works on the EA Play as well. Cool. So if you guys have Game Pass and you have the EA thing downloaded because you have to play EA games, you could just redeem it to there. You don't need Origin. Good. One less fucking random ass program I gotta have downloaded. I just downloaded A Way Out today. The only EA game I even got fucking downloaded at this point. I had to get that. But it just uses your Microsoft account anyways.
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
No shit, buddy. Oh, I never redeem anything that isn't just full games. It's usually just advertisements for random shit. Some gems for this gacha. Some shitty skin for this shooter, you know. If I played one of those, maybe, but I tend to just ignore it. There's a reason they put the actual games at the bottom and those other ones higher up, because they probably have a deal with the people they partnered with to use it as advertising. I imagine. 14 does. Almost glad they don't.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least
I mean, I guess I'd take some shit for 14.
For generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow.
Just them not playing the game is kind of
top
interesting.
to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
A bow.
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Certainly. Very well. Another time.
I'd like you to vote for Sentius. Why even bother? Interesting item you have here, my friend. I'll be taking it.
Hey, Virgil.
They're turning us to gold.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Can I kill this guy while I'm at it? Oh no. The arrows, that's how they turn you to gold. Thanks, pal. Should have stole some money while I was at it, dude. I mean, I guess I already did once.
Salvage. Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused. You seem very lost. Live by our law here. All right, friend, suit yourself. Just don't do anything too reckless till you've spoken with Magistrate Sentius in his villa down there. See you around.
Yeah, he has a very Mr. Clean vibe to him. Yeehaw, Booker. Buckarooski. You good, dude?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Oh, big man here.
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
The who?
Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. None of your business. In Troite ipsum commensula. If we have to. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
Yes.
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong.
There's number 2, man.
We're one bad decision away from being wiped out.
Pandemic jokes.
Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're...
First Karen, now the pandemic shit. I mean, the rest of the dialogue seems fine. I don't know why you would date your game with like. I mean, I'm not like we'll forget about the pandemic, but if somebody played this in like 10 years, they'd be like, what the fuck are they talking about, pandemic, right? Like, maybe they would assume it had something to do with the COVID thing, but if this was anything else, I would assume he's talking about some other like mystical event, right? It just seems a little too on the nose of what's going on right now. A little too modern there, man. I think that's gonna be feel pretty dated really quick.
Of course I am. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. Whatever.
Later Rufus. Pretty cool name, man. Not really.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see she needs the... What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
Yulia.
Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Just some conversation, ma'am.
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank.
On the river?
Not far from here.
She stole some shit, and they went in the river.
It's alright. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's
I'm
seen
interested
her
in the bigger
She's been
mystery
gone
too.
so
I'm glad there
long
is
now.
an
We figure
element
she's either
of there
dead
being a
or
bigger
up to
mystery.
something so strange that
It's
she
not just
doesn't
like
want
we're just in
anyone else
Roman
to know
times
about
fucking
it.
around with politics. Right?
But I really wish I could reach her
That'd be
because
more
that's
boring
the
and
only hope I
expected if
have of
so-
solving a
yeah.
troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is
drama
suffering
or
from
something.
terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary.
Rufus,
He's
man.
become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose. I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no.
You're a freak,
that is
son.
Definitely not normal.
And you're gonna
There was
lose
one
your
other
mind.
person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clip until she said this changed the last, and then she's been. But I read one of. He's become so irritated. I just know. Thanks.
I guess they all lead into it.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Okay, Uya was gonna help us maybe about Scintilla or whatever. I guess we just help her there. I imagine she knows something about Scintilla's disappearance.
How did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about the only way out. A few times, but nothing more than that, I'm afraid.
Or maybe this was somebody else. I don't remember who we were supposed to talk to about that.
Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly.
I assume if I get hit by one of the arrows,
That's
I
a
just
shame.
die.
Thanks
I might have to
again for
reload.
saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh, Eula, you good? Can I hot key like a save button? Not that you really need to in this. What's up, Yulia?
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose.
What, did
Was
she
there
try
something
to
you
kill
wanted?
herself?
Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The Golden Rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
Hit me. He always asks for a short version.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me.
I don't know if flipping the
here
vote's
for
really
the
gonna
rest of
matter in
my
the
life.
long run to me.
I could hardly
But
breathe.
finding out, I guess, the murder
I
people
knew
is
I had to get
more
out
interesting part of it.
somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
Oh no.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't
I wonder if he has like some way to
responsible for
break
all
the
those
golden rule
deaths,
himself?
so
Really?
he locked
Or
me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just
or
as
if
bad.
it's just some kind of like
She sent me
loopholes.
to work on an
with
endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop
Yeah,
on
wouldn't
it and
slavery be
hiss,
pretty common though
"You
at this
missed
point?
a spot." Those two took everything from me.
Not that I'm
But
saying
they forgot to confiscate
that's
one
good or anything, I
thing.
just mean like
My hemlock.
wouldn't she be pretty familiar with people being like this? I mean, I get maybe it's like a shock, right? Somebody doing it to her, not the other way around.
I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it.
You're not exactly innocent. I'm so sorry.
I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
I'll leave you to it.
When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Can I do anything to
doubt
help?
It seems this
Can I
is
kill
the
you?
fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night.
That was a suicide
He's
pact.
in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
You're an idiot.
I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you. All right, but please don't take too long. No, I did hear from Ulpius that
There's
she
a lot of
disappeared.
different threads going on here.
It's very sad. She was such a
Interesting
lovely
enough. I'd
young
like to
woman.
run through them all.
But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so I can't help you, I'm afraid. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as
There's
a
like
scribe for
fucking
a
lip thing,
prominent
dude. She
merchant.
keeps doing.
It was a good
Fucking-
life for a while.
Like little fucking
Until
wacky.
7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked
The
desperately
constant.
to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you. But to be honest,
The memory lapse.
sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away.
I'm back.
I know what kind of person you are. Leave me alone. I know what kind of person you...
Okay. She went fucking ballistica there, man. Really should have picked the gun option, man. Printing's not been terribly useful. I don't know what other options there were on her dialogue there. How far back is my last load? In a bit. This was a manual one. Okay, we just blast through this.
The golden rule. Please. All right. So I hemlock. In
You keep hitting space, it just picks the next option, so you have to be careful.
that's what I went to. I thought he locked his wife. I'd be those my hem. I when I've only this honestly. At least a lot. He's in. He's if. I doubt. All right. No, but I. You mean? Oh, if it would. But I remember. Thank you. Our priestess Equitia once told
See,
me
that's why it seems
the
better
God's
just to be
way of
nice to
creating
people.
a city without sin. But if that's the case,
Because if you piss
then
them off, they just
whichever
like
God
turn
is
off their fucking
responsible
like
for it didn't think it through.
Fucking
I mean,
dialogue.
all it really does is make bad people
just a waste
better
of
at
time.
hiding their sins. And good people too frightened to stand up for themselves. I've seen Malleolus, Claudia and Domitius make grown men cry. Romans. They don't cry easily. They've never physically hurt anyone. But the point is, they don't have to. They've got people running scared because everyone knows Malleolus is the favorite to win today's election.
Don't worry, I'm working on that. Is that our just ultimate goal? Is get somebody else voted in here? Like, that it?
I doubt it. I mean, the election is to... I suppose we will. All right.
Yeah. That wasn't that much more interesting.
May Apollo keep you safe.
So Rufus.
How'd you do?
Lock yourself in the palace. A bow. A bow would be useful. Scandinavia. I would like to do that. That sounds interesting. I seem to get people to trust us. We're gonna have to find what happened to the daughter. We're gonna have to incriminate all these other people who will change their minds. I don't know if the ultimate goal is just gonna be wait against the current. I don't know if the ultimate goal is just gonna be like flipping the politics here, and every other story is going to tie into it. Or if it'll get into more of the bigger stuff, more interesting shit. I did not do it. Dolly. Do what? Bib. I obton T. Ilub.
Hello? Hello?
What's up?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good.
Not a liar,
Then
Billy.
They called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes.
Oh, liability.
They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you?
Clearly.
You think you could read it for me?
Alright, I guess, man. I'm writing in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior, rising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremember. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, everyone came to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you're incarcerated should you experience further lapses of memory. I get it.
What does it say?
You're a fucking asshole.
My treasure.
What treasure?
My friend Hannibal used to look after me.
I want to go up to these forbidden
He said he
areas.
always would. But then he died. It was very sad.
Sure.
He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find him. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
She's a nice lady.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
I need the key, dude.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter.
Oh, I thought he had good teeth, and I saw he was actually missing them.
Like Galerius, he's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was.
Make
just
Galerius
that
the magistrate.
it
How would
was
we even
way
do
up
that?
high and very precious. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad. Galerius already. Like, if Hannibal. Go? You mean treasure? My friend Hannibal used to look after me.
Oh god.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, dude.
Hello. Have we met before? Bye bye.
What is that?
Hello.
Just give me a minute,
before?
buddy. I'm kind of
Bye bye.
the note underneath, you know, your deal here. You know, just okay, I can't get that. Can't reach it. Alright, bub. Is there anything else I can do there? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, that was just the one that he showed us, I think. He just leaves it on the ground, I guess. Oh, this is the theater. He watches through their eyes. Ooh. Myth of the Golden Rule by Zertos the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city. For our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration, but here I must depart from custom. This attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching and deserving of our contempt. Okay. Sword of Damocles. It's true. Just because somebody wrote it doesn't mean that's exactly why. It'd have to be proven it was from like the creator who set up the rule or something. He gathered them and put them in niches in the city. Dracos the Younger. You gotta take it. Many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Is this the guy who wrote it? I didn't see him punch anybody around here. It was the one who wrote it, I mean. Decius Domitius Duilius. Oh, Duilius. Duratos the Younger. Okay, that was a different group of people. Never came before, I suppose. So I wonder if there's just like some hidden endings? Lecture endings, or like... Oh, free money, dude. Wonder if there's a way to like play this whole thing without looping once, or like you don't sin or something. We'll see. When games have multiple endings, sometimes it can be stuff like, you know, New Vegas, where you just kind of just pick factions or just whatever you want. But some of them, it's like extended endings, true endings, you know, stuff like that, joke endings. Something like Silent Hill, where there's like a canon true thing. Oh, interesting. Bottle. Well, we need to steal something to get through that, I think. Can I get through here? No, doesn't matter. Oh, from Kabosh. Man by the river. Kurti. The K at the beginning of the name. Lion carving. Base. Okay. Is there anything in these? Oh. Probably shouldn't be in the slums if I want to steal shit, right? Well, that was... Interesting. Oh, it's a dick. Nice dick. Nice dick, bro. Oh, this is Rufus's. This is your final warning center. Because he's drawing dicks. Got a fish. Okay. I'm gonna steal that money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
How do I get out of here, man? Actually don't know how to get out of the slums. This is not what I wanted. Maybe I can make it work. Okay, you don't die instantly at least. We're gonna make a save right here. I'm turning to gold. I need to pull that one out so I can get in and grab some shit. And then we need to escape still. Probably should just have a weapon to fight these guys with, but I'll be able to do it without. Fletched arrows. A lot of money. Okay, at least they can't open doors. Guess that was it. Sentius! Oh no! Oh, we got some arrows too. I mean, that'll be as good as a gun. We're not as good, but it'll be something, right? Having a bow.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what... Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Oh.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. I'll go. But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Is Galerius, like, you could just go get him to do all of the events for you? That's pretty cute if you can. Quick, I need you to do this, do this, do that, do this. And then you're gonna become the Senate. Or something. Also, you're God. Galerius is a good guy, man. Good guy, Galerius. What I call him. Yeah. Oh, I have 12 arrows. Very nice. The main character is very complex.
Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another minute more and we would have lost
Places to be.
So what'll everybody vote for him because we actually make him go do all this shit? So there's probably gonna be a very large chain of events we gotta get him to do before we can get to the point where you can get the key for the guy, unless there's a way to break in. The fish symbol.
Hey, Katie. Buddy. Fuck you.
Oh, hey. Miss Frostbite, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you kindly. Oh, I just stole the bread.
The many shall suffer
Oh no.
for the sins of the one.
I didn't mean to steal the bread. Hey. Let's just run somewhere. Steal some more shit, fuck it. Got a jet. I'm in a hurry. Yeah, welcome everybody up. What were you guys playing? I'm gonna imagine you're playing this, but maybe not. Must be some point where I can actually climb those. So maybe it's like slightly more linear than you think. We can get some magic boots. Where the fuck am I? Power wash simulator. Oh shit. A little different than I expected. Sounds fun. It is. It's if it's the one I think it is. I haven't looked at my own picture in a while. It's from Nisa Monogatari. The Monogatari series in general. I think I still have it set to that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess if you guys don't know what this game is, this is the Forgotten City. You're some guy from the future who goes into the past, and you're stuck in a time loop. In this utopia where if anybody sins, everybody turns to gold and dies. But that our guy can even be here means that there was a portal activated by somebody because everybody turned to gold.
Salve, friend.
So we're here to essentially discover who's doing it and just kind of find out what's happening and what the mystery of the time loop is and what this place is, because nobody can leave and everybody forgot how they got here. I need to sleep. Too intriguing. Yeah, it's cool. I think this was originally a Skyrim mod or something. But yeah, it's pretty neat. It's on Game Pass. That's how we're playing it. So if you guys are interested in it.
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see
added like
what
a
you
week
did
ago,
there.
too.
Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
Galerius, I'm your father. Yeah, it's pretty cool so far. I'm enjoying it. The dialogue's pretty good. There's a couple like memes, so it's kind of, there's some dated stuff that will be dated in it, but overall it's pretty good. Voice acting's been surprisingly decent for an indie game. I've liked it so far.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and get him to do these real quick. I love that guy, man. You just tell him some shit's fucked and he'll go take care of it, man. He's that good of a dude. At this point, I'm methodically trying to like comb the city. I haven't met everybody. Sleep needed. Yeah, good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you guys for stopping in. Yeah. exploring this area for now. Alright. Enjoy your food. Alright, let's check everything else up here.
Help.
Oh Jesus.
You have to do something.
What do
A
I
man
have to do?
arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Talk him down, I guess.
Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not?
Yeah, I got this.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
I'm gonna hit him with a conversation.
Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
She gonna get murdered in there?
The shrine is collapsing.
I mean, oh my god. That's horrible. Any loot? I just got a loaf of bread.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her.
Oh.
Fabia, why did you have to go?
Fabia, no.
Poor sweet girl.
Guys got some interesting voice acting. Who are you, dude?
I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble.
Yeah.
The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me.
You don't sound very distraught.
I'm sorry,
my dude.
friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
See ya. See ya, pal. Yeah. What's up? A vase. Not gonna put a whole lot in this vase. Considering it doesn't, you know, like it actually holds anything. What do we got here? Oh. Oh, is it like loading fresh content for us? That was bizarre. A liar, a bust. Statue. What is this, man? Quite the passageway. Hey, what's up, dude?
Come and join me by the fire.
Don't mind if I do.
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets
Who are
of this
you?
place. I will tell you
the
everything I
cook.
know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute.
Let's rumble, dude.
And hoping that person is you.
Let's
Let us
stimulate
find
each
out
other.
this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden rule? You have much to learn.
Okay.
It's best if
That's
you
not a
figure it out on your
philosophical dispute
Come
at
back
all.
once you've made progress.
Fine. Is that added as like a quest? Create a time paradox. It's simple. Carrying a scintilla. I'm thinking that's possible, then how are we gonna talk to her though? I feel like we need to like find her at some point still. Thing is, I feel like Scintilla is gonna be linked to Malleus becoming the next lord of the land, right? I mean, think about it. You steal the daughter, kidnap the daughter, right?
You've returned.
Then everybody and their mama hates the guy because he can't protect anybody. More likely that he did something to her. Unless he has a way of like dunking her in the fucking to the future.
Ah, you've returned.
I guess we need to leave. But I'm sure she's somebody, yeah. Karen is something related, a little deeper to this. No matter which way we spin it. To remember to come back here. I mean, I guess I know where it is. It's not very forgettable. We do need to restart the loop because we need to find, like, save that chick. Not sure exactly how, but we should probably look around for some more stuff. Oh, he's got a bow.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Crispus. The coolest way I've heard a man say Crispus.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius
It's not even December
for
yet.
terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood?
Got it, brother.
Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. Ha! I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered.
Who's Quinctius?
You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave? Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into
The
this
one guy who
nonsense.
doesn't believe in the Lord,
tell me,
of course, has got the
Where
bow.
did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind.
No doubt in his mind.
What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it. Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. All I know, all I care about, is that the Emperor believes he is guilty and wants him dead. The details are not my concern. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
Jesus Christ, you're an idiot.
And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied.
I lied.
But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Wait, I want some loot. Got some people down there, man. Any fat loot in here? Who's this? He's blue. Damn, those are some fucking powerful arrows, dude. Guess we could go tell him about the assassin. I just want his bow, dude. But I'm guessing we need... It's not time appropriate, but our guy's from modern day, apparently. Although there's other poorly chosen dialogue, like the memes about Karens and pandemics about COVID. But overall the dialogue's been fine. There's just some poor choices in there. Let's go ahead and restart the old loopy here. Mr. Clean, help me.
So. Oh. Yulia. I'll go.
Go, my son. Nothing like it. Like relaxing trip to Pyros Mountain.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
You going for the mount or just the money? Is this the palace?
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
That's probably the bell. Where could the water be coming from? Do you know? They wipe their ass with the sponge that everybody used. Yeah. That's badass, man.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings.
Properly. Georges.
It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I.
Sure,
and I
Georges.
must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary.
It's from Hot
Leather
Topic,
boots in
man.
place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone
My shirt at
dressed quite
Spencer's,
like
my pants at Hot
you.
Topic.
I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
You know, you gotta love Georges, man. He loves foreigners. He loves people.
My story? How kind of you to ask.
Georges.
I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
I think you gotta figure it out, Georges.
Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
God bless you, Georges. Man wants to die in style.
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could
On the
buy.
bender, man.
Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in
Jesus,
the
George.
desert sands more than once.
This
but
guy's been on
none
a
of that
journey, man.
compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed, I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that Trapdoor Temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh! Not so loud! What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story.
Tell it, Georges.
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
Yeah.
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Safe plan, Georges.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of
I don't
this,
believe in
she did
bullshit,
not
Georges.
punish the guilty.
Sorry.
Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
Okay.
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
He always sees the brighter side of things, doesn't he, guys?
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Hopefully not involving the death of your daughter figure. Anything in here I could steal from you, my dude? Or another loop? Money, who needs money? Dies. Alright.
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Virgil, the smith. Shovel. I'll take this to beat some ass with. I guess there wouldn't be any weapons here, but I think he might be hiding one somewhere. They may not see you yet, but I want you to know I see you. We've seen a letter like that. Seen a letter like that, and it might have been this guy's home. I thought it was Rufus's home, though. We'll see.
Ah, a new face. Salve.
This
And
hair does
welcome
not
to a little
look like hair you would probably see back
My
then.
name's impossible
I
to
feel like this
pronounce for
perfectly
most people,
windswept hair.
so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you
The
did.
fucking Chad jaw here.
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here.
Glad you don't have to
Out
keep re-stealing the
try
fucking
to stop
herbs.
old buildings from collapsing
It's
on
infinite.
people. That kind of thing.
Very nice to
But
keep the
you
pace moving
probably
right.
don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Hit me, dude.
Oh, I'm glad you asked.
He
Some of
loves
these
the
shrines
city.
were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans who first started building here were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
Just gonna talk up one of the statues, man.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and
fresh
distribute
water.
it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana
We
or
don't know
Apollo.
who.
Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case,
Cthulhu,
it's
dude.
unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't
Recently,
get
or?
inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside.
There's a lot of places I want to get into.
We'll never know.
A lot of mysteries, man. I like it.
Of course. Some people say it's divine. The
We'll
work of
ask
a god,
the iffy questions
but
last.
I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called God doesn't seem to care. Which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown God doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
Yeah, Virgil. I think so.
Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second
is to kill.
Remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought.
Do you have like a secret kill God meeting or something?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
The Romans and Greeks, isn't it all Gucci, man? I assume Rufius was the special man.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am.
No, okay, I was like,
Or at
yeah, I'm
least
pretty sure the
I
Romans
thought
is
that
all
was the
good.
case. It seems I was wrong.
There's a couple individuals here.
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten
I've
notes
seen them,
too.
Virgil.
The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cultists.
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. Really? Who is it?
Oh, nice.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky.
I'm from
We're
the
lucky
future.
you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Oh, we didn't have to do that part, which is fine.
I would talk to him myself, but I think that would just inflame the situation. It's probably best if you do it, if you don't mind.
Seem like an alright guy, Virgil.
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, man. Sounds like a place, dude. Alright, let's crank this fucking... The voices are just too goddamn quiet. This is the nice person alley here, man. And then on the other side you get fucking asshole McGee.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacis, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Of course he'd say that. Nobody's got a weapon, man. It stays that way, wouldn't that be a good thing? Somebody might get a weapon. He weeps where the water flows. The aqueduct. Alright, don't go in the fucking home.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna... None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Thank you. He's still in there. I have to hide. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Okay, good. What do we got here? Thorn in the pot. Damn, we have a lot of stuff. I may need to get creative. I think we should just keep exploring, and then we could probably end up messing with it. I don't see, unless there's some kind of way we could just persuade the guy. Any way we can mess with it. Jesus, I couldn't even walk 1 foot in there. Okay, I see what we gotta do, I think. We might have to get him to go in there. Let's go see if that's a... Like, oh, I know where Quintius is. He's in the shrine in there.
Oof. Stop right there. You're right, I am. I suppose I might as well get... Do you have any last words? As a matter of fact, once I'm done with you and I can think of...
The many.
Let's get a reload. I wish that if you spammed space, it didn't choose the next option. Right? Because you're going to want to pick certain options. I wish there was like a VN, right? There's a skip, hold skip, and then you have to pick something. I wonder if there's a way to mess with it. Doesn't seem like it. Epic. Fucking epic graphics.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Jesus, son, take your time.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Different colored eyes. Dark hair, one green, one blue. Clean shaven. A denarius. A gold one? Or is it just a normal denarius? Okay. The one everybody gets, I guess. Do I care about getting that guy? The bow? I guess we don't really want to give it to him. Why would we bother? Right? How do I equip the bow? Ooh. Now we're talking, huh? Well, let's go talk to the lady here. Where's she at? Alright, Georges.
Welcome to my humble store. Persephone, save us from this evil! You have no business here.
I thought we were different, Georges.
Persephone!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Where are you?
I'll do what the assassin couldn't. Yeah, the 25% fucking speed's coming in handy now. Quickly, quickly. Yeah, they take one hit and they're fucking gone, dude. Oblivion playthrough. That was mine. I just stealth archery, dude. Just fucking busting. I can't say I ended up killing like every townsperson, but yeah. I would save and just kill everybody so many times in like Skyrim though. I would unlock the werewolf ability in Skyrim and then just fucking go hard. Like extra stupid. Stranger. Stranger, stranger. What the fuck? Okay, we should reload though. No, I am curious about that. I'll have to get to it later. Right, what do we got in here? Well, let me go talk to the chick. It's a long time coming, man. I need to let loose with the action.
You took care of him?
Yeah, can I stand up, please?
An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
No, but there's a sign.
Really? Then how? Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
Bread.
Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
Bread's pretty cool, dude. We all have a little bread every day. Some sort.
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me.
Pa.
Fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either.
It sounds like some of these people died, Mum.
Stumbled across the Trapdoor Temple and here I am.
The fucking river Styx, man.
Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us? What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave?
Just asking a question, ma'am.
Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
Wouldn't that be nice? Have you met people?
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop.
Your teeth are pretty white too, lady.
All right. Thanks again for
They're actually perfect,
taking care
which
of
is
our
kind
problem.
of scary.
I won't forget it.
Can I stand now? Thank you.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet,
I love the wall we're talking into here.
I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop. the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic
Yeah,
matter
her
into
fucking
gold,
ass sweeping right
one
now.
could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule. Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me,
You have no
are you
choice.
familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
It's good because I thought this was gonna be like just like a moral choice, but he didn't hit us with the whole plan.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade.
Theft without getting
But
caught.
make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead.
Alright,
But
this
in my
is.
experience,
I'm
all the
in.
best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Can I leave this wall?
Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Prometheus wasn't real, dude.
So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline.
Wonderful. Now,
The
if you'll
fuck?
unload
I'm
your
in,
bow,
dude.
I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality
This
weapon.
is stranger, stranger.
bear with me
Now
for a
that's a weapon.
And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
Thanks, dude. Nice.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Salve. Salve. I like the idea of horror. How the hell does he have the keys to the Shrine of Diana? Quiver. I mean, they're still watching, dude.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. Not a very effective threat, is it? See, your first problem is, you're in there, and I'm out here. Your second problem is the golden rule. What are you gonna do? Kill us all? It's an empty threat. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Very cool. I'll be taking your bow. Well, that does turn shit to gold. He knew his stuff. I'm gonna go up there and murder him, I think, here in a second, man. Doggy. Oh. I see. You backseating statues? How dare you? Thanks.
My beloved Galatea.
Oh well.
I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human
I see.
beings.
Now we can climb into shit.
It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Turn shit to gold. Cool. Like some Metroidvania shit, man. Are we in the palace now? Where's the horror part? And would you really, like, they let you skip this if you want, if you decline? I don't get it. Like, what are they, like, worried? People's sensibilities or something? I mean, it's fine, I guess, right? I mean, if you're prone to getting really scared, but it hasn't seemed very spooky yet. I mean, I would get if they went, like, deep into horror, but I don't know, man. I mean, unless it's some truly, like, triggering shit. I wouldn't bother, man, but we'll see. Because it doesn't hurt to put it on there. Oh. There we go. Time for some shoot 'em up, baby. Action movie. Maybe this is why there's a warning. Oh yeah, it's supposed to take 2 shots. In case you like just want to play the story essentially, but this actually requires you to aim and shoot. I guess I would understand that. The fucking kick, dude. Straight out of like some fucking old school FPS or some shit. Plenty of arrows. That's good. That fucking kick is way too fucking satisfying.
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh yeah, there's hotkey button. Right. Is she like against us? The lady? I mean, these statues haven't killed her. Thank you. No problem, man. Hey. Well, I guess you're just gonna have to relax. Stay where you are, my friend. Yeah, this is pretty good. Game's pretty solid so far, actually, I'd say. There's some nice pace breakers like this. There's some, they put in a lot of mysteries, both small and big. Like, you know, how did everybody get here? Bigger kind of like meta type of mysteries, but then also just kind of like murders or political stuff. It's a nice mix. It doesn't, it's not just like some kind of... Headshots actually work. That's pretty funny. Rising, that's even a thing. Yeah, stuff like this. Lots of different personalities. Pretty decent dialogue and voice acting. A lot of different questions. It's cool. I mean, we'll see just how much Metroidvania shit there is, but it's kind of got like a puzzle nature. Not super puzzly, but I mean, you do have to get key items and then use them. I wouldn't say, you know, it's required much thought, but there is kind of like progression you have to think about. The fucking triple, dude. What is this? Arrows, denariuses. It's not like the shooting section has a lot of mechanics, but I mean, it's got some cute stuff. Turning shit to gold to climb it. Headshots actually matter, and you got a little bit of health, and it's not like it's just auto win. Fun for a sideshow. Not necessary. I can do it anyways. Thing is, I'd already shot that, so. Fucking hell. Quit fidgeting. If you want help, man. You're gonna have to work with me a little bit. Need to make sure I get all the arrows I can. There's more shit later. What if they reuse any of the models for these statues? You'd imagine they would, of course, but like if there's anybody we actually have seen and know, or if the gold statues are all just their own models. Custom-made rack that has been used to hold down gold statues and peel the golden layer from them. Oh, jeez. So it's her fault.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges.
She's a little crazy.
Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls.
Not
and sharing
100% full crazy, but
tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and
she's not
Pygmalion
wrong.
and Galatea. Pygmalion,
There's just some
the sculptor
other
who
stuff
fell in
going
love
on,
with
I
a beautiful
think.
statue, and who,
Like she's talking
praying to
to,
Aphrodite for aid, discovered
you
that
know, a
his
statue that
beloved
doesn't talk to
Galatea
her back
had
like
come
it's a
to love.
person. She can
It was
actually hold a
then
conversation
that I heard you
with
whisper
fake
to me,
names and shit.
Galatea. Forgive me. I know
Clearly
that
these
is not
guys are in
really
pain.
just one I have borrowed from a story. But When I turned to look at
She's peeling them anyways.
the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper.
Soaking gold.
So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task
Jesus.
ahead.
We're not gonna
Barred the
set them
doors
free
to
here.
this place, and set to work.
Right in the fucking hand. They're probably like, Jesus God, let me free. Oh, I didn't want to shoot this one. Can we turn things not gold? Might have to come back for this, huh? Or can I go through this? Yeah, I might not be able to go through this. Fuck? Oh, it's getting stuck on the corner. Okay, yeah, you can't go through this. Does that just let us come in from like a different area? Oh, okay. Just jump over the top. Groovy. Yeah, the 25% extra speed makes it feel like you're playing some kind of... I guess more like a shooter or something. I'm sprinting.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not.
The palace.
It seems whichever god is responsible
that one we saw in the
imprisoning these
basement.
poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the
Maybe.
night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodami to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace.
I think calling this a horror section is extremely
I could hear her flame.
generous. I mean, man, like you see scary shit in like fucking like Zelda, like a N64 Zelda game, right? Like, I mean, I get trying to protect people's thing. I think you're just gonna lead people the wrong way. I think some people would be like, "Oh wow, it's crazy enough it needs a warning. I better not do this," right? If you know you're
And launching herself at the
that kind of
side
stuff's hard for you.
endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace
I mean,
is
yeah,
now
compared to
too
the other
dangerous
stuff,
to work in.
a little
Still,
crazier, sure,
As
but
much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body.
I just think people would end up skipping it when they see that, thinking it's gonna be more hardcore than it is.
One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Yeah, I'm glad there's more like supernatural stuff going on, bigger questions. I was worried when we got started it would just be like you warping to Rome and just kind of doing, you know, politics and stuff and drama with just like a ancient Roman flair and culture and stuff, and it'd be more focused on, you know, the history jump and the culture than really everything else. But it's got a lot more focus on the mystery of it. You know, why it's all happening and who's gonna do it and all that kind of shit. And even your own thing, you know, we don't know much about our own character, so I'm glad that's the case. And it's not just like a talking thing. Not that the talking is uninteresting, even, and not that if it was all talking it'd be bad, but there's some cute stuff they try to do here. Apple looks fresh. Yeah, she's put these people through a bit more pain than they would have already. Jesus Christ. I mean, that person got wrecked. Oh, I could gold him, man. He's beyond golding, beyond our help. Poor bastard. This is her.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Good luck with that.
And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her.
That's
to
great.
see her beautiful face. To hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
Jealous?
What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper.
You're an idiot.
But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice,
I will kill you.
then
Oh wait, my world
this
has been
body
flipped
is
upside
melody.
down.
And everything I've done
Don't even
here
have to be
was-
charismatic, she's just an
was-
idiot.
Wait, I see what you're doing.
Oh my
You're
god.
trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
Because you're an old, decrepit fuck who can't beat me.
What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
I love how there's a draw bow option every time, dude. Like, I'm going to kill you now. We need to get her information, so.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing.
We liked you.
What
Yeah.
have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule.
Or
and
I can
let
seal her
it
back
run
up.
its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
She not been paying attention?
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But
She hasn't
if you
been
can
paying much
undo this
attention.
mess, I'll tell you what you need to know.
She didn't like
But if you're
follow me
lying
from the back and see all the fucking golden people.
and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Stand back. I'll do you next.
You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for
teeth.
rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here
What happened?
leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return. At least.
Way ahead of you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Help me! I'm turning to gold. You are dead. Sucks to be back. Yeah.
What? Are you still here?
I just reloaded in. Relax. For fuck's sakes, man. Haven't even had a chance to leave yet. Wow, she's looking real pretty, man. You got great taste. Yeah, see the guns. I mean, the gun's so much more funny than like a bow, right? Like if I just blasted him. I mean, the sprinting's nice to speed it up. Technically, the sprinting, especially now that you can attack people, is probably the best thing. Anything else over here? What's up, man? Something out there, brother? Brother man? Okay, we need to go heal somebody. Rheumatism.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's. Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle
Maybe we can
Rufus
persuade
down some.
Rufus now.
I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this?
Perfect.
He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Thankfully they let me do it, because now I probably will permanently have Willowbreaker. I can do this whenever in the loop.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm glad to.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Krisha's pretty cool, man. Everybody here is pretty cool, and then that one fucking guy counteracts all of them really hard. I wonder if he'll try to beat me up. Probably not. Where is he, I wonder? Anybody seen my good friend?
You look well, my sartorial friend.
I am well, Georges. He listens with their ears. Maybe somebody can use the powers here people have or something.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins.
Okay,
on
so the
our
coin, right? The one coin.
What else?
What is that? Was that something that old at this point? Although they might be. I don't even know. It might not even matter what mythology or something it's from. Who did they give the one coin to? Charon or some shit? Yeah, the sticks. That makes it seem like everybody's like croaked or something. This is some kind of like beyond, but I don't know. I feel like that's Not really like a crazy surprise. I wonder what else there is to it.
Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Thanks, dude.
That's true.
And it's a guy who like got everybody.
How I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through.
Karen, what was his name? Chair on it. Everybody's name started with a
Did you
K.
happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
No. A hoodie.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Uh-oh. Good thing we took care of that one guy.
Too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Yeah, that'd be horrible. I'll just wait. I'm not bathing with her, he says as he's drooling, salivating, running into the bath. Humming. What do you got for us?
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody
fucking
up
flashlight,
in
dude.
the forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Jesus, they went deep on the Karen meme, dude.
My friend, I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this
It's funny
means.
because it's funny. They have the Karen meme in there, and then this like adds another layer to the joke, because when she had that big spiel about not liking to introducing herself to people because Karen memes, that somehow even works with this. Jesus, man. I feel like I should respect the hustle, man. I mean, that's not why this twist is the way it is, but they took the Karen thing and they really went with it on the meme there, but still probably wouldn't have done it. But like I said, it's a date. It'll date it, man. I don't think it'll be. I mean, a lot of that like light bit of humor and reading the conversation differently is just gonna be lost on people. Because people would be like, what's wrong with the name Karen, you know, like normally. I guess they would just assume this is all it is, right? But
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also
although Karen didn't seem terribly...
is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know
It seemed like she was terribly happy with her business.
Questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
This makes me wonder if they got something going on.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Well, that pretty much means they will, right?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would
Okay,
always
she's not too bothered by this.
for passage across the river.
Yeah, you know.
But that never made any
Or in
sense
the fucking
to me.
underworld, possibly.
What does an ancient immortal being need with coins?
We're
In
dead.
our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us.
There might not even be
we
that.
wound up
Probably
here,
not, man. There might be
but
more
so
to
many
it.
others did not.
Assuming they don't go really hard on the actual real mythology of it. There's like a twist to it.
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
How would there be writings left behind by somebody who died? I guess the people who came after might have discovered it or something. Or somebody like wrote it down real quick as they're getting destroyed.
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
You're a manlet.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you.
He did have a gun, yeah.
Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped.
I hope we get to ask about the other option too. I was just asking questions, not deciding on
the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too.
I feel like escaping this place would be the more interesting thing to start with.
This one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3
really
will illuminate
Bosch.
the way.
Why not?
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her
I thought her name was like Persephone, I guess.
Leaving that aside
Maybe
for a
it's like
moment,
a...
there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit.
Shame this chick's gonna forget all of this, and I'm not gonna be able to give her the full spiel.
You're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Yeah.
Oh. That is strange. There are no rivers here. Let me think on that. Well, as far as I can tell, water flows into the city from an aqueduct into one of two cisterns, the upper cistern. If that's the current she's talking about, then perhaps you need to get into the upper cistern somehow. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there.
She
but the door
knows her
at the
stuff,
great
man.
temple is locked up tight. You might be able to
The
get
most
a key
useful
from
person
the
here.
magistrate. But if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Is she in it?
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Okay. It's up to me. Reminds me of the fucking Lord of the Rings music. When they're rolling into fucking, not Rivendell, but they've got all sorts of stuff. Howard Shore's got that. Got that sound. I don't even know anything else Howard Shore's done other than the Lord. I'm sure a bunch of shit, but
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think,
Golden Rule. Green and blue eye. Which was the one for escaping with the guide? It's not one of these. Unless it has something to do with the paradox. Shouldn't it be like a... Yeah, the Lady of the Woods. That's what I was thinking of. That song. I think Rivendell had one like that too, and some of the more like sad songs kind of had this vibe to them. I'm just trying to figure out if this is like the main thing to do, but you can also do the getting into the cistern thing. I mean, I guess the cistern. I mean, we'll do that one either way first. But let's keep exploring.
Ever is in there. It has to be important.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Just like who? Well, we know about Pluto now. Has this guy just disappeared, man? Is he just gone now? I'm trying to remember even how we got to that secret area, though. I don't think it was over here. Maybe it was. That's up here. Some fat loot, dude. We have a lot of money. And I mean, there's like a 5K, one we could get like a bazillion times. What's up, Elegy? Fuck you. Whoa. Dude, my host didn't work again. I even reset it and everything, dude. I fixed the alert. Thank you very much. Look, I'll just do like a fake one here. I gotta figure out what's wrong with them. I can do the test ones.
Hey, Katie, buddy. Fuck you.
Right, there we go. Whoa, hey, oh god, thank you for the host. So we're playing the Forgotten City. It's actually pretty decent. It was not the best first impression last night, but it's actually pretty good so far. Very interesting mystery and setting, and a lot of fun open-ended ways to progress around and stuff. So far, I'd say I'd recommend it. Dialogue's decent, voice acting's pretty good. I mean, there's a couple questionable lines, but it's been neat enough, I'd say. Did you guys do, what was it, Zero Mission tonight? Was that the plan? We tried going up to the cistern, but... Olivia, I want to go, like, tell Rufus to fuck off. And taught him how bombs worked. What did you have to teach? Like bomb jumps or something? I don't think there's any more on this side of town, so I'm still kind of just meeting everybody. I'm kind of running around the entire town, meeting people, figuring out what their deals are. Going through all sorts of crap. Oh, really? Was there a required, like, multi-bomb jump in Zero Mission? I just forgot about it. I want to go find that old man, but I forgot where he was. Oh. Hey. Hey! Open this shit up! Whatever. Very early. I don't even know. I don't even remember any sequence breaks in Zero Mission. Even though that's the one I've played the most. So yeah, I guess if you guys don't know anything about this game, I could explain just the general idea of it. And I won't do too much while I do it, just so in case it sounds interesting and you don't get spoiled. Well, you already saw one spoiler. You get a bow. But you wake up like on a river or whatever, and this person asks you to go into this portal and find her friend or something, right? Doesn't matter that much. But the idea is that once you're here, you find out you're in some kind of utopia, where a god has decided to enact this thing called the Golden Rule. And anytime anybody sins, everybody dies and turns to like statues. And so you're first off starting to try to find out like who is going to break the rule, because when the rule gets broken, there's this guy who sacrifices himself here and creates a portal for somebody to come help them, essentially. Anyways, so you're that guy. from the future here to like figure out before it happens who's gonna break the rule. But there's a lot more going on than that. And it's time loops, so you can take stuff back with you through time, and it's interesting. Little time loopy gameplay. I could always show that.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So if you steal, or if you like shoot somebody in the face, or I don't know what else at this point. Anyways, this guy's gonna come over here, and then the loop restarts. So. Actually, I don't want the loop to restart right now. I could show it. I just reload. So I talked to a bunch of people on this loop. It's got some pretty decent quality of life stuff so far, though, so that you're not going through like a loop and having to do like an excess amount of shit every time. But yeah, I think this was originally some kind of like Skyrim mod or something. I don't know the full story on that. I imagine it's not anymore, but I don't know what engine it's running on. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's on Game Pass. So, of like a couple weeks ago now. It's not been too bad. Yeah, at the beginning I was expecting it just to be like a let's learn about Roman culture and just solve some kind of political drama or something, but there's a little bit more going on than that. Sure. Some nice base breaking and almost like a kind of like a light Metroidvania.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
All right.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like that.
We talked to everybody over here, but I think there's some places I couldn't get into.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Never, Demedius.
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right?
His
Funny accent.
mask shakes.
Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the
really
cisterns
bizarre.
are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway,
Right.
a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold.
Is it
No word of
the
a lie.
semi-golden man?
I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed.
Whoa.
And it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Well, it's your funeral.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Doesn't know. Laugh at him. I have the golden bow. I'll make short work. Thank you. Sure thing, pal. The kick is so unnecessarily funny, man. Like, they could have just had him just kind of fall over, or you could just like move them, or you could just walk through them, but they give you this like hilariously like just very just strong kick that you just use on those guys. And it's so silly. Yeah, it's good. You can topple them over like dominoes and shit. Pretty choice. But yeah, a lot of these abilities and stuff I have, you know, I didn't have them at the start, so you kind of progress. You get key items and stuff, and it's neat. I would say I imagine I'm not super far in. Maybe, but who knows? Not spoily anything specific we've done, but I mean, there's always a chance because we're gonna be always revealing information, other characters, and I'll probably want to talk about that. There's something surely that's supposed to be in here. It's just this. This might make you think it's like some kind of Skyrim-y, like looter thing, but it's really not. I actually have not found a use for money yet. I'm sure there's some use. I'm sure you could. There's a lot of ways you could take things. You could probably cough over some dough for stuff. Oh yeah, I want to play this at some point. I think like Duke had a kick. I haven't got to play it yet. But we've been to the other side of this creature. This dude. Looks like there should be something else here though. I don't see it shooting these really changing a whole lot. Maybe there's some special entrance in here that we're gonna have to like learn about. Oh, lunar pendant. There's a Latin inscription on the back which reads Sen Diada. I don't know what that is. I guess that's what we're here for. Good enough for me. We don't know about every person yet. I haven't talked to every person in the city. Who knows who and all that. Oh, this is a thing too. My dude can fucking haul ass on these things. Yeah, Mystery Anarchy, man. Who knew that of all the Anarchy line, Mystery Anarchy would have the strongest legs in the business? Captive. Make a sip. Alright, shit, man. You good?
You. Who are you? Did he send you?
I'm Mystery Anarchy.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla.
Oh, it's Scintilla.
I found a way out through the gate of
We
Horn,
found her.
but it's locked.
She's alive.
So I told him about it, and instead
This is
of
the
helping
daughter
me
of the
escape,
current magistrate of the city.
he wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
I assume it's the Menius guy or whatever.
Sentius, my adoptive father.
Sentius.
Furies help me.
The twist.
I'll castrate and
Sentius seems so
crucify him.
cool. We haven't talked to Sentius in forever. Yeah, he's too nice. Now you tell me Georgius is gonna be evil too, man. Oh, I can't. No, not Georgius, man. My Egyptian friend. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. That one has a strong kick in it. I really need to play.
Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside.
The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate. And
Yeah, I don't
he's the
know.
only
That's the
key.
question. Yeah, and why is he allowing us to run around here and do shit? And yeah, why does he sacrifice himself and allow a loop? Like, he acts like he gives a fuck, right? I mean, it's possible he just does that part so he doesn't turn to gold, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. That's the question. We'll see. And at the end of the day, the other guy seems like an asshole too. His political rival, from what we've heard.
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat.
Can I have
Get
the
it?
key, please?
I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never. Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear that?
Get shot
He's
from
here.
behind.
He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I
Or
can
she's
use.
gonna stab me in the back. Oh, here he comes, man.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
It's not what it looks like.
So that is how it's going to be.
It is
Oh,
how it
well,
looks like. I'm
this
sorry.
doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one
So how are we gonna loop now?
who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know.
Happy accident.
But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me?
A few, man.
Just the 5? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you.
He even knows what was
beyond
outside of this place, or did he tuck
So
it back
you
out there?
discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Just walked up.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds.
Like how there's an evil guy, but there's
And as long
still
as this
more
day
mystery
keeps
to it.
repeating itself,
This is like the East
I
8
get to enjoy it all.
fucking
over again,
the doctor,
for eternity.
but a little bit more
Don't
interesting.
you see? I have found a way
Yeah,
to
murder
prolong my
man
life indefinitely.
Because the gods and why it's
To
happening in the
cheat
first
death.
place is the question.
I have
right?
become, in effect, as immortal as the gods.
Because he just made like a pact.
Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Of course.
I
There's
was
no
just
way you could
waiting.
have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
Really just gonna do the cheesy line.
Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Why did they even say it? What? She's okay. Just lit him on fire.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Give me the key.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Created time paradox. Oh, we did it. A time paradox. It's Al. Check, yeah. Objective complete.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al Worth. All Worth. And the paradox clearly worked out since we're here with Al now.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name.
Mystery
It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Why are you alive, Al?
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago. I'm not sure I understand.
This is a hell of a conversation, you know. Continuation here.
I'm sorry, come
Al,
on.
you should be dead.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following.
this ending here. I imagine it's an ending.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Yes, Al. Could I recommend you a VN, my friend, when we're out of here? The VNs are on me. I know a good place. I feel like this is almost supposed to be like satirical, like it's almost like a joke, right? Because they're like re-explaining it to Amir.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Because I don't see what the point of even explaining all this to Al is. I guess just to ensure you get that the paradox makes Al live. And they want to have a conversation with him, but to have a conversation with him, you kind of have to explain everything unless you just pretend to be somebody else. Maybe you can still do that.
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Okay, can I stand? Okay, I think so. You coming, Al? Al? Nah, he'll make it. Well.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Al, you might try nails, my friend. Just trying to fuse the wood to the door there. I think that's how it works, man. 25% extra movement speed, baby. My class of choice. The thief.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
Dude, Cherry Ashes blasted her.
Ah, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see.
Oh, easy
I
now.
thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
It's just wheezed.
You can just call me Carol, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not.
Jesus.
But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience,
5,000?
that most people find comfort in familiarity, in
My
gradual
guy
change,
chose a
and
waifu,
coming to
I
see the
guess.
truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yeah.
As you wish. You were murdered.
By Al.
You were falsely accused of a terrible crime, and fled into the wild to evade your accusers. On your final night, you were offered sanctuary in the cottage of a stranger who gave you food and money, including, by accident, a coin of ancient origin. Unfortunately, you were apprehended and attacked by authorities. Your host leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours
I'm guessing
later.
it was Al.
That man's name was Al Worth.
It really sounds like an Ace Attorney
You were
name.
each in
Like
possession
Allworth
of
or
a
something.
secret coin
It's all worth it,
called
bro.
Kane's Opal
I would die
Sun.
again for you, man.
And so it was my duty to bring you here.
Sharon doesn't sound like they do a lot of work anymore, considering you have to have a special coin.
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen
Yeah,
for
I
passage
just heard
across
about
the
it,
river.
actually.
Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to
They'll
locate
take
them
part in the
and
death
ferry them
game.
here.
Why? Maybe we could save that for a different thing.
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now,
I find myself bereft of purpose.
Can you put me back in the loop?
coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself. Look! Here comes Al now.
What happens if you didn't learn about her being Charon?
You were gone so long I thought I'd never see
Because you could totally get here without
Kind of
learning.
lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found.
Al.
The ruins of a long-forgotten city.
Just
And there was a tablet describing an event
Right.
2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I think I will. Just hold that out of your
I don't
fucking
know what
ass.
became of you, or if you'll ever read this.
Damn, she's really good at
but
the
I
whole
want you to
carving,
know
the
that I will never
chiselly
forget
thing.
you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius,
What about
Valerius,
Georgius?
Poor Dooley.
Jesus, Georgius
and
didn't
the
even
others.
get on this tablet, dude.
But please understand,
Fucking hell.
their
The many
blood is
others.
on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your
Yeah.
story, but
Shit.
first,
She's great.
you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
Gotcha.
And you? Are you ready to go
Wink,
home?
wink. Ending 2 of 4. How many might have survived who confronted the god of the underworld? Yeah, fuck him. Me and Al, man, yeah, me and Al getting drinks, man. We're gonna go watch some fucking anime. And talk about history, I guess, right? That's what he liked. Sure will. Okay, I'm curious what the other endings are. I mean, if it happens, it happens, but I'm mainly interested in hitting I have to watch this, okay? I'm mainly interested in seeing the fourth one. Oh no, I don't have to. We'll watch it at the end, at the final one. The Gauls. Gauls balls. Continue as Mystery Anarchy. We clap. Yeah, I wonder what the first ending is. Probably something like wacky. I want his key. Was it full of intrigue and plot twist? So far, it's had intrigue and plot twist, yeah. Is there a quicker way out of here? Oh yeah. This is one. Tell it to fuck off? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if that's really like the call.
Juno, I'm sent. He wants to keep us all. Behind me, there's an aqueduct. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate.
If we could just kill him without him seeing us. Or take his key, man.
Sentius. I'm good. I'm done. There won't be. What?
Just rational.
It's no use. You'll never persuade. You're making.
Okay. So he's just magically not here this time. I just come back and free or whatever. Yeah. I love it. You probably could just jump. Maybe you'd be fine. It is water. And this will just end with a game over, you'd imagine. I'm not even gonna ask him. We're just gonna keep going. I kind of want to know what the other two endings are. I mean, obviously the big one is. Oh, this is probably one. Maybe? Finding out who did the golden rule thing. We could try that just for shits, because I don't think that's gonna matter at all. I kind of want to just like see. What's his face has a key to a cistern. I don't know if it's that cistern. Might just be a separate way to do it. I still want to like let the guy out just to have the key, just to see his story. Is it just like a side thing now? Which one even was it? Run. Where is that one? With the guy in the prison? Well, we finished the Scintilla one at least. Is it like a main one? Oh, well, this is it. Dooley right here. Jesus. It's like about him, but it's such a small part. Alright, we could ask him. Fuck it. Let's do it. Hey, man.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. We're finally alone. I assume you all... We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to... I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about right? If so...
Like how he's just fucking with us right now.
You broke it. Well, it seems you failed. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now... Now, I assume you've sought me out again. I think it's best if I hang on to it. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply?
He's good,
the
man.
lifeblood of this city. I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so bizarre.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times.
So does Sentius have to
sneaking around in
sacrifice
places he
himself
should
to
not have
reset the loop? Or something every day? What if he just gets turned to gold then? Does he still get, like, flipped?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people.
Of course, man.
Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. If I did, I'd have let these people out of here already.
Interesting knowing the deal with him and having these conversations.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name.
Sextus.
Though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome.
Ever have a kid, I'm naming him
protect
Saxtus.
civilization from the barbarians.
Or her fucking, everybody's a Saxtus. Sextus the first, second, the third.
It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command.
I don't think
this
I'll be
was
having
my
any kids,
uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a river.
I mean, really, even though we know that he knows everything and he's got some deal with, like, the gods,
and discovered that lonely temple.
I don't even know why he's keeping Centilla even up there. I forgot already. Did he even mention why he's keeping his daughter up there? Yeah, we know that he knows that we know. Well, he doesn't know that we know. We reloaded. But we know that he knows. He doesn't know that we know. Yeah, he doesn't know. Our current character doesn't even know. We know that he knows. But our character doesn't know that he knows that we know. Yeah, save and load. Yeah, we reached an official ending. So sadly, video trivia question. I really need to keep a list of these up. Perfect, dude. I got a perfect one for you. Definitely did not see this in one of my tabs here. Easy money, man. He doesn't know. We know. But he doesn't know. Wait! Oh, it's good. We'll just hope Wikipedia is right. It's right there, dude. It's in the chat. Yeah, I usually try to do multiple choice. I've done sound questions too. Played like a little music. And you have to like guess the song. We could do those too, those are fun. From games, but it takes a little setup. I hope my Wikipedia search here is right. It's not. Well, can blame Wikipedia. How did you become magistrate?
7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience.
3 minutes might have been a little too long on the polls.
There's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead.
Yeah. We could do music quizzes by request, man. Video music.
Very well.
It's not on there. I should make it on there. Fucking Bruce. Bruce, do you want that in music or do you want that? You want an actual question? Time to raise the price. No, it's fun. I like doing it. It's used so infrequently. I don't have material ready, but we can figure something out. We'll wait until after this.
Ask then. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Yeah, 1992. Although some of these sites say it's 93, but... Brucey special? Alright, here's another one. These just take me a minute here. I don't have like a master of quizzes mod or anything that can do these for me. I'll write down some tonight, I think. This one should be easy as fuck, dude. Maybe. So
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
A thoroughfare? What the hell does that mean? Okay, let's ask the magistrate here about stuff. No, I know the word, but...
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons. Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news
So I should use it
about your
there.
investigation?
I guess because everybody's just walking into a room.
Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you see, he was a...
He's gonna give me the same spiel.
Sick most, and yet everything, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took.
Oh, he says it's been 6 times now.
What was it? Ah, so...
Even though it was 5 last time, right? In the same save.
What are you doing? Why? And why would... You might want to think that through. If anyone... The only way you're getting this... And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal.
It's Tootie.
Again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was...
I mean, really, it's just a question between Tootie and Tootie.
So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being...
You'll see a lot of people think it's Tootie just because the fucking second game's Tootie.
That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want?
Yes. It's the right thing to do.
You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions, least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
I'm not in your villa, dude. If you didn't notice. He's like, shit. Come in. He's not in my villa. Whoops. He's like, I was practicing this for 1,000 loops. So this is completed now. So what if I get somebody innocent killed here? Let's just try that for fun, huh? But I assume we can't do that anymore.
I thought I told you to get out of my villa.
Wait. Oh, it's because I sat there for a while we were doing quizzes. Oh, is there not an autosave in there somewhere? Oh, latest save. They separated, I think. The game has crashed. Nice, dude. You know, man, fucking nice. Yeah. Oh, this one's made in Unreal Engine now. Okay. Yeah, I think what I heard is this was Instagram, and then they like maybe redid it in another engine or something. It says it uses Storyteller, whatever that is, too. I didn't reset my sound. Let me check here.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. Of course. What is it? Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still... Allow me to explain. When I discovered the crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible...
So why does our guy come here in the first place, man?
Paradox. To illustrate, when the Golden Rule...
I guess it is because somebody else... So he's made a deal with somebody, right?
To prevent it.
But somebody else... Or like you said, an accident.
Saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox.
Okay, I gotta wait for him to stop talking.
The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If either of those things were to happen, I am given... So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the Golden Rule, and there is yet work to do. Understand? Excellent. So it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation.
Okay, but so our guy, if he was summoned here to do something, it probably isn't what this guy is saying. He might just be making this up to fulfill his ends, right? And either he made a deal with somebody, or it's just an accident that he can remember everything so he can be in this situation. Yeah, I mean, I'm about to shoot him.
Ask then. Good. You mean Duilius? Perhaps. Look, I can.
I didn't mean hit this. I hate that if you press space, it pick something.
Of course. What is it? Yes?
It's you.
Why do you say that? When you say he asked for help, you're not thinking of helping him, are you? Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Even if you don't help him, it's only a... Thank you for bringing this to my attention, but...
Oh, that's him, dude.
Well then, in that case, as much as it pains me to do so, I must act decisively to ensure the survival of my people. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome.
Because this is just this guy's thing, us trying to find the person who's breaking the rule. Right, that's just his little deal.
I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of a magistrate.
Oh. The day's over. Guess I needed to talk a little quicker to him. Time to go to the election. Let's see what this is about. So there is like a force loop. Actually, you know what?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Let's see what this does for us. This is surely an ending because you could get it like immediately, right? Maybe I just don't bring up a bunch of shit. I mean, Al would still be here. Okay, this is like we're somewhere else.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city and murdered a local. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain.
That definitely wasn't me.
What? God, why does I've spent this?
It's pretty much the same shit.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000, I guess, to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
I regret nothing.
How can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people.
I regret
It's only a
nothing,
matter
Al.
of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius.
Al, you're really fucking cute,
Many
dude.
shall suffer for the sins of the one.
But he was evil. I'm right. You're wrong. See ya. What's the third ending gonna be, though? If that one was 2, what's 3? Nick Pierce, Alexander Gauss, the Gauss. Continue as mystery on it. What if we really quickly talk to him?
Citizen? I thought I told you to get out of my villa.
Oh, that's funny, he said citizen. I thought that was fine. They didn't change his default dialogue. Wonder what happens at the end of the day, though, with him, or if I go kill somebody. I guess we should see in that version. I just want to try, killing somebody here.
Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? So I'm told. This is... Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Well then, as Majesty... Anyway, you can... I would think that bow you're... Thank you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay. It's gonna be the same shit again.
Everybody hide!
Everybody hide! I don't even know if it's worth... Oh, the game crashed. Oh no. Man, we're crashing all the time now, dude. There's an update for Game Pass. Let me do that real quick. Maybe something's weird about their save system right now. Anyways, I don't think that'd be necessary to do in the first place. We'll just keep going with the other quests. Although the bit where we call him out, we could probably leave. Why not? I want to see the end of the day thing too. I assume somebody's going to do something at the end of the day. Maybe there's an ending where like nobody fights at night or something, and then you just keep going to another day. I assume there's some kind of end of the day, just thing that has to happen. Warming up for speed. See, the thing is, we don't have much time here. I should not even bother.
So you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky.
How's it taste, dude? My fucking cock and balls taste. Fucking.
To elect our magistrate.
So can this chick heal us?
Feeling all right?
Not really.
Of course. There. That's...
You're better at this than you are. Jesus. You get over it. For fuck's sake.
Sorry, was there something you wanted? All right.
What if you said that now, even though you don't know the rest of the conversation? Because you wouldn't know that she killed herself. Maybe she'd have different dialogue? Oof, I'm curious now. Let's see.
Oh. If that's your idea...
See, you have no idea though in this loop that she killed herself. She didn't reveal that to me just now, I don't think, right? Shame they left it there. Oh, are they all up there? Where are they? Georgius, I'm coming. They just all run by me and I didn't notice or something? Okay, they're at the theater.
The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new
He'd probably
magistrate
cause this to
is
happen.
Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Just so he could remain the magistrate.
Malleolus. I said, hail Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Who is this guy?
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve.
He's just like,
no more shall you walk
he's
on
trying to keep his speech going.
simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence.
Oh, he's got the two different
to
eyes.
fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
Shadows, man.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait. I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This
I think
is why
that's
he was gladiator
shadows.
gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Follow Sentius back.
That man lives badly and does not know how to die well.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Who even struck first, man? I didn't even catch it. I mean, I whipped out my bow, but that wouldn't have, the lines wouldn't have happened, probably. That's how I like to see Sentius, man. Fucking crispied, man. To the bone, baby.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
You're also going to be a conspirator unknowingly in a murder for that, but...
Yulia?
What?
Oh no. Alright, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Glorious, man. What a good guy. He just trusts us on it. I mean, he trusts us and he hauls some fucking hard ass, too. What's up, dude? I'm not giving it to you. Eat your greens, man. Loot. Loot. Passage? We need to meet more people. All that crap. I figured there'd be more things that we would get from that, but I guess we have them in item form. Like the rhubarb or whatever the fuck it is. For the guy's fucking pains. Oh, there's like creatures. What if I... Huh. Doesn't count the animals. Get it? The golden goose? I guess it's not really the same, but... Oh. Golden goose eggs. I guess it is. Will they ever solve the mystery of the golden goose and golden goat? The gold? Damn, dude. You can tell me this animal doesn't like... I guess this God doesn't like his animals very well. They don't count, man. They're not important. I mean, I guess you could kill a bug then and get fucked too. The last bottle of wine in the city. Nice. That might be useful. Was the slums? How did nobody find that? Oh, if you steal shit, you get in trouble too. Oh, I think I mentioned that. It actually mattered. Because of the thief? Oh. Huh. That's pretty good. I've noticed little things like that too earlier, where if you have a choice of like 10 options, depending on the order you choose them, you'll know different things for each of them. So if you take them in certain orders, you will or will not know certain information, and they will have flags for that, which is kind of cute. Makes the conversations feel a bit more immersive, a bit more natural, even if you still just kind of go down the list of questions, right? But that's totally fine. I think the part where they want you to experiment isn't exactly the question choices, like in every single conversation, but more big choices and big actions. If I had to like tiptoe around every fucking single thing I did, that would kind of suck.
Your clothes, so exotic.
Oh, this was the horny lady. That's right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are
Livia's the one we have to
ignorant.
tell about being
This
in
again.
the underworld.
You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Go ahead, I'll be back. Beer, beer, beer.
Stay away from my money.
Oh. I'll grab that in a minute. Have a conversation with you first.
Handsome. Oh,
Thank
do us
you.
all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Oh. She didn't like me going up here, huh? No.
Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink. Get out!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Where'd she go? Don't worry. I'll get you your help. Where the fuck is the exit though? Keep getting lost in these fucking tunnels and shit. Pretty sure there's a front door. I could get in from the front when I went up the ladder earlier, but we'll read her diary and have the key for the next loop. Not that I need the key as much, but alright. Let's read her diary. I'm glad they let you grab it. Scammed Ilya and Ulpus, and host Malleus wins the election, so damage tribute in exchange for Antius's villa. Oh, this is evidence right here, man. She insulted her hair.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me?
Well, you've just taken on a gladiator and lost. Because I've lost some health here.
Oh, sounds... You leave. Alright. I'll go.
That's funny. If your health hasn't regenerated yet, you like mentioned something about it. That's cute. If you're gonna give somebody a lot of dialogue variety, it should be probably the guy you see every fucking time you walk into the loop. Where's the suicide guy we were hearing about? Oh, that's might be him. Wait. Don't jump yet.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No.
I was like, I really need to talk to him.
Orpheus, what are you doing?
Please.
Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do.
Like I was waiting for it to
I've never
finish
had to
talking.
deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Good luck with that. I'm out of here. Alright.
And please, choose your words carefully.
Do it. You won't.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Oh, we have to get him on another loop. We have more information.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius. I hope you're coping.
Oh, I'm coping.
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber.
I cope by
I was even betrothed to a
just
handsome young
randomly
man from a
shooting
prominent
people with my
family.
golden bow when I'm
But
feeling
long
stressed.
hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. when the fires came to Rome 7 months ago. My family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue. Oh, much the same. We were in a scuffle. I woke up. Oh. If you like.
He doesn't believe in the multi-gods.
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then
wealthy.
I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
Jesus, we get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant gods, of course. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions.
The
It was
fucking
horrible.
the lip, like execution. Like it's not all that serious.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words.
Like sometimes the facial animations, I appreciate them, but then sometimes it's super uncanny or like not fitting the
But on the
situation.
other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart
If you look
is
at any
evil
of
from
it too
his
hard,
youth, and that all of us are born with a
They're-
tendency towards sin.
it kind of breaks,
That's
right?
where I
They're
get
kind of
stuck.
wacky.
Is it true?
If you're kind of
Are
reading
we
the
born with a
subs
tendency towards sin?
and not paying too much attention to the facial animations, I think they check out okay.
You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen.
No, I've seen plenty.
Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on
I'm just trying to be
and
nice with
cheer.
her.
If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all
I
of
mean, yeah,
us.
I
aren't
agree
they?
with what you said. But
Unless, of course, there's some kind of
there's only been one
divine intervention.
person where we hit something and they fucked off and they wouldn't talk again to us. But I'm trying to err on the side of being nice.
I wish I shared your faith. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say.
Threaten her.
Oh, so soon? Well, be gentle on yourself. We're all dealing with a tragic loss today.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to
Is that him?
elected your magistrate.
Did he not notice?
Yes, thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to elect your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And no more shall you walk on.
Alright.
Eggshell, yes. No more should you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. Thought of my first act, yes, Magistrate, I hereby announce a day of a day of celebration. I hereby announce a day of
Jesus,
celebration
pal.
in Ovania. Yes.
Can you open up? Okay. Like, hey, it's me, the guy you work for, probably.
Thank you. I am delighted and
Alright. Make a save.
deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Thank you. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
Evil guy, number 50.
I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission.
It's quite real.
Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
Well, we'd all die if we did, so it's kind of hard to...
Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
True. Well, this isn't gonna work. He'll just call us crazy. Myth of the Golden Rule. This does not make sense. Just because they wrote it doesn't mean it's true.
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you?
Can we just be like, hey, go up to the palace and see the statues that are half fucking, you know, gold and stuff? They probably just call them monsters.
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read.
I believe everything I see on the
transformed
internet.
into the truth by the
I
simple
do.
act of writing it down. What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city?
What aren't you telling me?
Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't.
Oh, the chick up top then.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens.
Did he? Does that mean that you're a good guy?
I like
all
to
of a
think it
sudden?
is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. That's quite all right. We all make mistakes.
My mistake, man.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands?
Yep.
Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because you're an asshole. If you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden... How could you possibly know that?
Tamidius told me. I know all of your secrets.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
I really wish I had that gun.
Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out. You fool.
Oh. Looks like it's real.
The many.
God, the only loud voice in this whole game is this fucking God's voice. Jesus Lord.
Still here?
I'll be back. Oh, I'll be back, my friend. It's funny, I could
Still
prove it's
here?
real if they just like walked over and like let me shoot a goat, right? Like, yeah, you turn to gold. Like, check it out, it's possible. I'm like, come on, come, I'll bring you a goat. I should be walking around with like a fucking chicken in my hand or something. No, you just take the key to his villa. What's up? The makeup.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
I know. Where do you keep your valuables? Give me your valuables. And your jacket. And your motorcycle.
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now,
The lip thing,
addressing one's
every
wife
time.
by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
I guess I could reload. I was gonna shoot it real quick, but we'll just reload. Domitius, come quickly.
Still here?
She's clearly a keeper herself. Like everybody else in this fucking villa. They're bawling, but still, man, we got so much pride.
What do you want? Talk. My marriage. Sometimes now I confronted him about it. But look, if you're not oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would see
Jesus,
with impotent rage if he overheard you say that.
That really is good enough for
I
me.
love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you
She's
to do
an
something
asshole
for
too.
me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet
Oh,
little
you know.
pleb head around. So what do you want me to spell out?
God, she's an ass.
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom,
You can't
but
really
what he
poison
doesn't
him.
tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry.
Oh, she just
And
wants
if he
to get
tries
drunk.
to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in
Jesus,
front
lady.
of everyone.
Kind of pathetic.
I
man.
am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy. So, you'll help me? Thank you. Here's the letter.
Okay, I was like, well, how are we gonna get the wine back? But I see. So we can get this.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined.
Maybe she
I
won't do
only
it now.
wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
You can have this one, I'll hang on to it.
Thank you. Now, I
We'll just go get
appreciate
another
your
one.
discretion in this matter. I think it's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this. Why are you still here? I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private.
This one doesn't make much sense after the last conversation.
Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Finally!
I like how you can question them about her being kidnapped. Like, oh, like you got a hunch. There's like extra dialogue just to like try to like push them, even though they like didn't do it. It's kind of cute. It's like only them too. See what he thinks of this, man.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Oh yeah, we gotta go get the letter copy.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Things, Horatius?
As always, Maesters.
I don't know if there's a reason to grab the other one. The other bow.
Salve. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little confused. Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep it. Not going to happen. Very well.
Keep this shit under lock and key, man. Wonder how you could get him to give you his key. Maybe you get it later, or maybe it has nothing to do with it. I could kill him with the normal bow, and then loot him probably. They let me take it. Okay, you can have both of them.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, there's no point. He didn't even have his own key on him. I wonder where he keeps it. I need to get something to drink here in a minute. Change the trash out too.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
It's just like hidden around here somewhere. Oh yeah.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It's just money. I don't really care. I want to keep this one going just because we went and talked to the lady and all that. Although now we got some proof about him being who he is. Looks like we could go back and talk to him some more. Wouldn't hurt. Although her having leverage, it might mean that she just doesn't do anything. Well, maybe, I mean, it wouldn't be bad resetting.
Wonder how much one of these statues is
But
worth.
I don't need the money, dude.
Oh, shiny.
So it's like I could just have his key just to have it, but it's like, does it really matter? I don't need like every fucking thing ever. Yeah, I'll do it, fuck it.
Salve, friend.
Fuck it.
How'd you do?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Just shoot Sentius down, dude. Sentius, my friend, it's time to die. Now we're just walking through the front door. We'll have to try to help the suicide guy get in here too. We might get the Roman plaque from her.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Alright, I'll go.
Nice. Just coming in and just rapid fire shooting him. Just sitting there, just chilling with your legs kicked back, you know, just like, oh, come on, man. Come on. I mean, wouldn't that be torture for him if he has to live every day just non-stop getting murdered? That would be a pretty hardcore way of doing it. I mean, he would probably... No, if he killed you, then he'd die. The loop would restart. Well, he couldn't kill you if he wanted, right? Yeah, his plan, he didn't expect somebody to be more evil and vindictive and petty and spiteful is probably the best word for it, than him. He's like, son, no, I'm not trapped here with you, my friend, you're trapped here with me. Like, our guy doesn't even have to die for it.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help him. Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And
She's
already swallowed
alive,
Hemlock this morning.
I made sure
If I
of that.
backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little.
She's
But we're
fine, buddy,
still in
actually.
debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
I might have the money you need.
Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus.
Play around with them a little first.
We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom back. Oh, so it's my fault. Is that it? I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla,
I
my
didn't mean
love.
to piss
I'm
him
sorry.
off here.
Orpheus, no!
Jesus, you fucking pussy, man. Come on, man. One little fucking word, man.
And I...
Jesus, we were having a conversation, my dude. He just didn't care. I didn't even realize I was blaming him for that. I was like, how did you get yourself into so much debt? How was that blaming it on him? I mean, I guess it is saying, like, he got himself into it and it's not, like, somebody else's fault, but... Did he even say he got tricked?
Alright.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. All people... What? Please.
I'm sorry.
Help.
Okay, yeah, using space is bad because it automatically picks something. But you can just rapid click.
You... Well...
That's good.
It's... Oh, You... So...
Do you have the money or not? No lie. I like how they change it. I bet you can say no, and it doesn't have lie if you don't have the money. That's a nice little touch, right?
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
No, it's actually... I've already stole this from everybody. The money's back. Sure, why not?
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers?
Of course.
It seems today we're both
Looks like he
blessed.
himself, yeah. Multiple times.
This did not turn out how I thought.
I mean, he probably did.
Thank you, friend.
She's probably cleaning it up
never
right
thought people
now,
like you
off
existed.
screen.
Thank you. I'll
So
go and
this
pay
is
off
why
our
you need
debts
money.
immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you.
Is there no
I have
interest?
nothing but the tunic on my
Just
back.
1,000, boom. I don't want your shit staying connected.
I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
This gonna get us the plaque.
What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
I'm sure it'll go
I'm
great.
thankful that you're here.
Because we can't have that guy go save this dude from dying every single time, right? And I don't have 2,000 every single loop. I mean, I could, but that'd be annoying. This is probably what we're after.
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say.
Why?
Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
I mean, we could threaten her, I guess. But I'd like to see if there's other kind of a thing we can do first. I mean, I guess I could just save and then threaten her and then see how it goes. Might not even have it. I just want to go through another loop for it, right? This would be kind of a waste of time.
Lovely to see you again. Even if I... What you're doing is disgusting, and it's not going to work. Shame on you. Ah, that's a shame. Lovely to see you again. Ah.
It's disgusting. Shame on you. Alright. So she might not have it? Who else would even be on the options here? Ask Rufus about it. Find a way to lock crime. Okay. I'll ask Rufus. What's in here? Another door. Very nice. Yeah, I should probably go find out what's gonna happen there, huh? Yeah, he's probably gonna fuck him good, man. Yeehaw, buckaroo. He's like, I actually had a 10 bazillion in an interest you had to pay me still.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Yeah, this guy's walking up with some swagger, man. He's feeling good today. Focus. Not yet. Are you free yet?
Shalom. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family.
Like a fucked
Romanized my name
Seinfeld.
and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main
Mixed with
city.
something else. Man.
That's where I was when the fires broke out.
Okay.
Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts.
Heard it before,
brigands
Val.
preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins?
The big questions, huh?
A lot of good it did me. And that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me.
Maybe saving them just get more votes for... Oh. Why do we care about who wins, really, at the end of the day? I mean, maybe it would keep the loop going or something for longer? We left it as Sentius?
I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere.
I mean, we want
I have
the last
unfinished
or whatever.
business. Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot.
Focus, I want my money back.
Obliging, he replied, "What is
You weren't
hateful
worth
to
it,
you,
alright?
do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course.
I want a refund.
What I want to know is, what kind of a god sees
Maybe
a
we
young
need to go
woman
talk to
abducted
her?
and does nothing about
She's
it?
free now, too.
Not my god. That's for sure.
Dude, the eyebrow control on this guy, he's good.
Thanks. I just wish there was a way to find out. All right, friend. Thanks
He's
for the
got the
chat.
full, just slow wave going on. Yeah. Let me go see if she's got anything going on.
Welcome.
Oh, where's she at?
That's a ship. Sure. Gladly. That's a...
Where is Elia, anyways? Kinda need to talk to her.
Shiny.
How'd you do?
How'd you do, man?
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius. I'm not
fellow
making
traveler
you a
from a
bow.
faraway land.
Where is she, though? I don't know where she lives. I mean, other than just the votes, it's gotta have like a fucking point, right? Oh, this is where our guy worked. Poem by Galerius. A love poem. Oh, Galerius. He deserves better, man. Our guy.
Turns.
Our guy, Galerius. Oh. But did it actually mean next page? It says it a lot. That's it. They just kind of hit you with the full, like all the options for some reason, even if there is no other
Attack
option.
or pursue the stone that always returns.
Yeah, I couldn't have read a little bit more. Well, we could talk to her because I do have some stuff I need to talk to her about, but... Back.
Ixion turns.
Jesus, lady.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
This is in here, man.
Ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Kibosh. I've seen these. Been here. Just need to know where that one chick is, man. We saved her, but we'll come back for the old lady. What's up, Ulpius? You enjoying your jaunt around town? Now that you're free?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Where is the other girl, man? Like, I've only known her to be sick up at that place, right? Otherwise she's just worked at that place.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like
I mean, I guess it's time to work Rufius real quick. I just want to have to steal 2K again. It's not that hard, but...
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God.
Go ahead,
Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, this cursed
crisis of
statue always
faith.
watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is
Can
exactly
you stop
what I
bullying
needed to
Virgil?
set it straight again. I owe you one.
Okay.
No idea what you're talking about. All right. After this, we're square. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Thanks, Rufius. That was floating a little bit there, Rufius.
Didn't get that from me.
No, of course not.
No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to
I've never
mess
heard of
with your
rheumatism.
head.
I assume it's
Makes
real.
you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted.
Oh, arthritis. Okay.
It's the truth.
Does that make you like more mean?
With the willow
I mean, just being on edge from pain would
already
probably make you
starting
more
to feel like
pissy, but I don't know
myself
if like
I'll leave him alone.
that's
from
the
now
reason, or if it actually makes you more of
It's
an
not
asshole.
as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean
I know
up
about the joints and all
graffiti.
that.
Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Sure, pal. Oh, that's good of you, Rufus. Okay, you can go lay some pipe. Nobody will say anything anymore. We could start now.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to it. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head.
And Virgil's too good
Well
of a
done for
guy,
figuring
man.
that out.
He's very understanding here. Like, oh, the arthritis, I get it, man, no problem. The death threats. It's all good, man. Him and fucking Georgius, man. And then, what was the other guy? Jody, the guy at the very beginning. All is forgiven.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't...
Citizen.
Nice to talk to you.
I mean, Jesus, dude, he really came around there. He did about lay some pipe on our friend, man. Hey.
Welcome back. Nice to talk to you.
So that was just kind of a bonus quest? I mean, it's gonna be all gone in the future, right? I mean, that's nice to just do it and learn it, but it doesn't really help me out. Leads. I guess not all of them are supposed to go somewhere, is the idea. Yeah, we'll slam jam him with the letter for sure. I want to get Galerius elected magistrate. He probably has to, like, go fucking save everybody's ass, man. Well, let's get behind the theater. Yeah, and he sucked us off. Yeah, this guy's fucking good. I mean, that'd be enough for me. I'd be like, damn, man. Like, I mean, you know, I was like, I thought this kid might have it in him, but god damn it, he really had it in him. Head behind the theater, take a right, and then take another right. Maybe he means this one. It's not really behind the theater, but I'm trying to find that other locked door. Well, that's good enough. Wasn't there somebody in here at some point? Thought we saw someone in here earlier. Like right here. Go ahead and get that bottle of wine back, why not? What's this gonna do for me? I don't know where I'm gonna come out. Oh. It's a different way in. That's cute. I guess that's why there's a quest to help with Virgil, right? So you still see that storyline even if you do the plaque a different way. Still want to find the chick that we helped, though.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place
See what she
accepts
has
all
to
the
say.
souls.
Got her quest to do.
But
Never
it
talked
does
to her before.
not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone
Can you
insane.
turn the fuck around?
I had to tell myself it was true
Maybe she
over
is
and
turned
over
around.
again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself.
Her face is...
I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the metamorphoses by our great poet
chest
Ovid.
facing us
He
correctly,
gives
but her head
such an
isn't?
uncanny description of
think, but
this
I don't know
place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Yep. Okay, let's...
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Oh. That it? We just gave her hope? Called it a day? Yeah, but the box, man. Is it gonna... I guess it's refusing to open.
Handsome. Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's something dangerous about you, like a prowling manticore.
Nice. Dangerous man. No, please go on. Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person. The fucking Giga Chat answer. Oh, Ruster, fuck it.
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Stay mad, man. I like the fucking like chat answers, man. He's like, eh, fuck off. Give me the old fucking Billy Harrington. Wait, can I find that? Yeah, Billy would have fucking, he would have turned her life around, man. Oh, I don't have that Billy one saved. Let's see if I can find it. I want to have that one on hand. Give me a sec. Smooch Virgil, yeah. There it is. I should have been Billy, man. I should have known Romans and all that, right? Like, could have been Billy. Would have fit perfect, dude. Billy fucked anything that walked, man. Here's the one I'm thinking of. A little late on the draw, but eh, fuck off. I know you're a horrible person. That's good. We'll have to get her on the next loot, but you couldn't let that line go. I've let most of the Chad lines go just so we could keep progressing, but that one was too funny. Alright, let's tell this guy to drop out of the race. I still don't know where that one chick is. I feel like one of them has to have the, one of the plaques, right? I mean, I feel like all the roads are kind of trying to lead to the plaque here. The virtuous man.
Thank you. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? My name is Mark. You and I like. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Are you in? Why? So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what? One of Nero's assassins?
The Emperor sends his regards.
So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh,
We've already let them free. He's thinking about it.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage.
They already should be.
There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Gladly, my friend.
I hope you have a good reason for.
Does that mean we could go get what's his face now? No way.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of
Are you
heart.
under duress, sir?
Are you on track to be magistrate, sir? All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
You mad, brother? Stay mad, bro. Fucking cut.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Gracious, I forgot about you. He's a good guy.
Shalom. All right, friend.
So I guess he won't kill himself as long as you don't walk up there, so you could release him from dead bondage and then do it. We need to go find our guy and see if we can get him to be the magistrate tonight. Oh, you can make the vote happen earlier. That's right. Quisha. Okay, here we go.
That is all.
Alright. Where the fuck is he, dude? He's such a hard guy to find. I mean, he's the farmer, right? You'd think he'd be over there, but he's fucking everywhere, man.
Harvey.
I could just set somebody. Ask Galiri. Okay, there it is. Perfect. We got him honed in, man. I don't know what this would do for us. I mean, I guess it would allow us to get the key from that one guy.
Salve. Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise.
Alright, Galerius.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you?
He believes us.
The only way you
Good
could
guy,
have known.
Galerius.
You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name?
Al.
Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh.
King Sisyphus.
I was thinking Al, dude. I guess he wouldn't remember.
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
At least there's that.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this
Oh,
position.
they might be. Yeah, that would make sense. Because there is the boulder guy at the top, right?
I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Thanks, Galerius.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway,
Jesus.
right?
Is Galerius like
If
God
our
or
conversations
something?
ever start to annoy you,
He's
just
a little
tell me you're
too
busy.
good.
I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Hey, Galerius, we're not done yet, dude. I also need you to become the
I
magistrate.
saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive.
It's the real
And
Anki. I'm just the
strange,
shadow on
too,
it.
since that device you use is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks.
Oh yeah, that could prove so much
Of
shit.
course, it's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it?
Proof right
Anyway,
there, you
I'm
figured it
sorry to
out.
ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
Anything you want. Anything,
Well,
Larry.
I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle
I've
of the
seen
lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me? I don't really feel comfortable.
I know what
about
it is already, Glorious.
Look, I'll tell you everything if you get it for me. All right?
Alright.
Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance.
Nope, I'm doing it right now.
All right. See you around.
Because you need to do something for me. Again. Oof, Jesus, Glorious. Jesus. It's gonna be quite the drop, my friend. Are you quite sure about this? Quite sure. Anything for him, anything. I said it myself. Gonna need a new pair of fucking legs after this one, man. Oh, we're good, never mind. My guy's got the old tuck and roll figured out. Imagine not using save reload. This is totally like intended to be save reload. Dude, you're better off just jumping. What the fuck? I almost immediately flew off of that. Oh, we got it. If we could hit the water. Anything, I'll die for Delirious, man. I'll fucking die for you, brother. I need to like do a jump that lets me hit the water. Like I can't just drop straight down, there's momentum. I'd have to get on and like immediately get off it. Maybe that would work. No. Okay, you can, that's too much. I'll give it like half a second. Because I guess if you do it off of the rope, you do like a roll or something. Okay, that worked. Bounce. Bounce with me. Lean with me. Rock with me.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
My Sisyphean friend.
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
I haven't heard it yet.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle.
Jesus.
But there were more of them. I never saw how many.
Delirious beast mode, man.
Thing I
Unchained,
knew, I was
man.
waking up with a mouthful of dirt.
A kind man pushed to the edge.
My home was reduced to ash. My sisters dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting
Eternally
me.
punished, delirious.
See, I finally had my own farm again.
Not even his
from
real
the
name.
grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his one day. He'll get his.
Maybe even to the...
Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried
It's
away
fine, Blaze.
sometimes.
In fact, sure, lie. Sure.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
Hilarious.
Brilliant! You did it!
And
Well
I got your
done.
flower.
This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her.
Equitia,
What I
good
really
choice,
want to do
my
is
friend.
Walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her
She
since
is
the
the
moment we
priestess.
met.
I guess it
But
doesn't
on the
matter.
other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
Why?
You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital
And you
offense.
sure choose the
If
best
she
of
was
them,
just
Glorious.
suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
I don't know, Galerius.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious.
Like, you know, this shit sounds
What I need
insane.
is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life.
They call me
What do you
the
say? Do you think you could help me one more
the
time?
wingman with the biggest span in the West. I'm a good wingman. That's what I'm going for. Anything.
Wonderful.
For you.
Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
That's corny. It's not fucking corny, dude.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and
Fuck
tell me what
this.
she says.
Fuck character. Main character. Main piece of shite. Is he gonna walk over there and tell her that he's... Is he gonna walk over here? Okay. And announce he's also going to be running for magistrate on top of everything else.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then?
Galerius, man. What have you been doing, dude? He's been stealing our dirty togas, man, at night.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so.
How old are you?
I beg your pardon? Oh my, that is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is, we don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular.
About the 36 thing, I was like,
in the underworld. Hercules,
you're
the
dead.
demigod
What?
and son of Jupiter.
I figured I'd tell you that part
Orpheus, the
after
poet.
you told me your
Sisyphus,
feelings
a king of
about
Ephyra, and
Elias
Aeneas,
here.
a Trojan hero. And so
Okay, we've heard all this shit.
May 4.
They do a good job of having the characters' personalities make enough sense that you could skip huge swaths of conversation that they normally would have to get to that point. Because, I mean, that was a very long conversation to get to the point where you can start asking her about that kind of stuff. So, like, it's going to be a little wacky, but for the most part, it's been pretty fun.
Wonder how much one of these statues.
Definitely better than, like, a Bethesda game where they feel, like, really fucking, like, you know, like, obviously gamey. Where they should not be saying lines when they are and saying lines. It feels very much like you're just cycling through, you know, options like you are. This kind of feels a bit more like the conversation could actually happen. Sort of. Not all the time.
salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Now, what's on your mind? Thanks. What did she say? Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me.
You happen to have a
I wish there
plaque?
was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way.
I've already got it before.
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
As much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field.
Let's just be good, my dudes.
Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I have before.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Shiny.
We need a...
Salve and welcome. All right.
Get more people to vote.
Feeling alright?
Oh yeah,
That's a
the chicks can't vote. Okay, well that narrows it down a bit. That came the foreigner guy wearing the vote.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. Galerius, did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Fucking he saved the life, dude. Oh, we love Galerius, let's go.
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshiping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take
Gorgias.
Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where
Georgius, what are you going on about
At
here?
first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I
You have
give
no
up,
hair, though.
and I become Georgius the Roman.
He's funny.
I accept the world is
Georgius
Roman.
is a funny guy.
Plus, I have no hair left to pull.
Oh, he
But
says that.
my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name,
Balding.
look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell.
Okay,
Just
that's how we'll get this
the
one.
Temple of Demeter. I hope that our paths cross again.
What up, buddy?
Ah, you again. Sentius, military man, knows what he's doing. No. So you're...
Okay.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the Welcome back. Well, Sentius seems to know what he... My vote... Nice to talk to you.
Come on, man. We need more votes for who matters, man.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Maybe they'll vote on the other guy just to spite Sentius.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? What now? I'm not going.
Oh.
What?
They're not gonna vote at all. Doesn't leave many options.
Citizen.
Maybe we need him to do more stuff. Can our guy? He could. I don't know if he will. I just figured if this guy isn't, then he won't. But he might do it despite him.
Leave.
Okay. Chicks don't vote. Where's that one guy? Oh, the mystery packet's revealed after the others, I see. We could go talk to the old man. Maybe we'll find somebody who's like missing.
Salve.
Thing is, some of this has to be automatically able to be done, so I feel like there's not going to be too much horsing around. Where was the secret entrance to get them? She can't vote, right?
It must be completed. It'll be between Sentius. Why do you up? Certainly. See you again.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I
Really?
wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
How about I give you these golden eggs?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and
Really?
you'd be happy too.
You're a national treasure, dude.
Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy. Bye bye.
What about the golden goose eggs, man? This guy said his vote could not be bought. Oh, did they already all go? No, not yet.
How'd you do? Hello there, friend.
God bless
May
you.
I say that? Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in... Now you're talking, I'm interested. Oh, that's a little excessive. All right, all right. Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I just want a little assurance that I can trust you, that's all. I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow. What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke? I don't believe this is happening. Don't even talk to me.
I'm talking to you. Thanks for the money, pal.
Oh, shiny.
I was gonna try to persuade him, but I was too good to go for that. Where's Horatius, man?
Are they?
Where the fuck is he hanging out at, dude? Oh, here he is.
What is it, citizen?
It's been a while, dude.
Not that it's any of your business. All right.
Okay. I think most people are voting still for him. Might be a few for the others, but I think we have to get our guy to do some more deeds or something. Maybe we have to like bring that one guy back or something. How did we get down in there? There was like a temple we went into, right? And behind it was like a secret passage. Where the fuck was that temple though?
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Was it this? Yeah, that was the fuck. We haven't been here in a bit. Like, we might have to get more people involved.
Ah, a visit. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me. Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, the one thing let us find out. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sure.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? And to what extent? In every situation? So, you're not entirely confident. That is quite sensible. Indeed, I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to
Sniffing your
know
fucking
they know very
farts
little.
is
In the broad
bad.
scheme of things, you see, out there,
fucking
in the
loving his own
world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
we
was
would
thinking.
tell
This was a
lies
god
and
or
bend
something.
rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people.
He has that like
But under the
mysterious old
golden
man
rule,
thing going on, right?
morality matters.
Who starts talking about very
Slightest
topical
wrongdoing
questions
could
relating to what's
result in a
going on in
mass
the place here.
So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Wait, what all did he just say? I kind of missed it. Chat answer? I guess we could go for
That
it.
is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next
I need to
line
pay
of
attention to what he's
inquiry.
saying this time.
So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
I don't think so. Well, you could end up with one possibly. A little idyllic, but I mean it's possible.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
I mean, there's some things that are like hardcore right and wrong, right? Like murder. Shit hurts. Shit causes like biological like hard reactions. I mean, there's not really many ways you could justify murder even if you had some twisted morality system. But there's things you could say are pretty much like hard coded to feel like right and wrong, and yeah. And there has to be some system that could like optimally not have like things like murder happen, right? Like genocide's bad, right? Like, is it okay if everybody just dies? I mean, 2 is the Chad answer, but I do think there is technically like a correct morality.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
I want to change my answer. So many easy answers. Yeah, but if everybody decides for themselves, a psychopathic killer who thinks that his version, you know, killing people's like somehow a just act because it's under God or some kind of thing. Would be like, okay, like you have to have some kind of standard. That's why I think the other one fits better. This feels like backpedaling. It feels like backpedaling, dude.
Ah, you know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement?
Not really. Because like I said, man, I feel like there's a biological, like, you know, there are some things that just do not, yeah, they can go. Fucking sack beater in here, man. Like, yeah, you can have a morality system, I guess, where murdering people is like, okay, but I feel like at a core, like what? I mean, a human sacrifice to some kind of god, right? It's not that they would think that killing is okay, it's that killing is okay in certain situations, right? I feel like there's always like the caveat. Like even some of the worst like genocide people probably would be like, you know, killing is right, but I have this reason for killing here, right? Like there's still that like there's a justification for something that everybody I think generally thinks is wrong. Yeah, but that's more about putting on some kind of persona, not dealing with like what's truly right and wrong. Right? That's about just like assimilating. I feel like he's talking about like the core of the fucking thing.
Then let me ask you this.
Let's see,
If
whatever.
you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead, and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
No, because I don't. It's hard for people to adjust to fucking totally different morality systems like that. Yeah, it's probably as I say no, I'm back that way.
Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you, at least you would have the support of Herodotus. Good. Never discourage anyone who continues.
No, you can't change your answer, interesting.
No matter how slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Let's go all the way back.
And to what extent? So, that is, I'm reminded, better to, it is, you see, so, but under the gold, so to navigate.
What does it matter? What are we getting out of this anyways?
That is an excellent question. So let me... Are you sure? Or is... After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicating their lives to these questions, what hope do we have if our best and brightest haven't been able to answer them?
Because maybe it's gonna require more than just philosophers, man. Technology maybe. To allow like easy enforcement of these lines and shit. Or these the ethic and all that crap. To put us all down under happy juice in our beds. So there's no evil, man.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made.
An exception.
Such as where it is necessary
But
for
it's
self-defense or to prevent
it's still considered like an evil bad act.
There are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended.
That's the
Those
idea.
situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule.
Yeah, so it's about
This
some
and
kind of
no other
technology,
is the root from which a tyrant springs.
technological way to enforce
And life under tyranny
something.
is no utopia at all.
This man's not dreaming big enough. Would you consider some kind of happy drug everybody was on, or like a Matrix type of thing or something? Matrix is not the best example, but some kind of like ignorant, like is the drug like the tyrannical thing? I mean, like what if everybody hit like the law ending in an SMT game or something, right? And everybody's just mindlessly happy and everything's all good. And I mean, I guess there's still a right and wrong, but I mean, wouldn't that be considered a utopia? No, yeah, I mean, I'm much more of I'm not into that at all. But I'm saying that like, technically, like, I mean, I guess a utopia is not only something where everybody's happy, but everybody's freely choosing to be happy, right? I feel like some kind of ignorant utopia is not a utopia at all. So. But I don't know. Sure, why not? Life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I mean, yeah.
I'm glad to hear
I
that.
agree.
In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
The utopia is literally everything's perfect. So if there's a tyrant, if there's any kind of ignorance, if it's anything other than you doing just what you fucking want, not a utopia, right? But I think a utopia would probably have a few caveats. Right? If everybody just do what they want, then somebody would get fucked on. There has to be some kind of like morality system still to even have one. Like the psychopath can't be happy in a utopia, right? Just cannot happen. Unless they gave him like random husks or something to murder, I have no idea. What's your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally.
You think this guy is baiting? It could be bait on like a larger scale. They make us think that he's like some kind of old man god, but he's not.
It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground.
Did we tell him we knew all that shit?
I found
Or did he just tell us real quick?
You see, I was not the first.
We weren't allowed to talk to him until we learned the Pluto thing, so I guess that was the reveal.
To join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away.
The hermit
Some
philosopher.
from malnutrition, others from madness and despair.
Did he give up his name or
It has
something?
been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
And I'm sure before that he's something else too.
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides.
Probably not, Grotto.
But like so many things in life,
If he does, then that would imply that he knew the whole time he's here. Or it's a game problem, but I like to believe they would think about that.
As you wish. Ha! If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people.
Yeah, I was
When
gonna
the
say,
Romans
I
came,
think
in
time
typical
keeps
fashion,
going,
They
right?
claimed it as their own, built over everything.
As
that
this is
could be built
happening,
over,
Lyris is
and
just
named the
fucking
things that
rolling,
could
dude.
not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they
I'll have to
found
probably
an
redo
obelisk
that whole
bearing the name
thing.
Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest,
I'll eat it after I get a drink.
decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of
The
place
Egyptian
to me.
plaque.
It is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel.
I'd like to see
that
this tunnel.
somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined.
Aliens.
I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's
Oh
trail.
man, how deep does it go?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Hey, brother.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
No problem, man.
No.
Got him. That guy said again. Maybe just Matt. Is the people shooting bows at him in the past? It'd be really funny to have the gun, man. They'd be like, what the hell is that? I mean, technically we could run out of time, right? Because the action or whatever is gonna happen. Should have kicked him off the ledge. We could still come back later. Many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Egyptian board game. I think we want to fuck that. This is some kind of ancient fucking god then we're dealing with. Some fucking alien deity.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors.
Yes.
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
Okay.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The other plaque.
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of
The
Ammit.
alien plaque
There
here.
it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat.
Okay.
See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it.
And did the
removing
Egyptians
his
do
name
that
and
as well?
replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us.
Why is that not
And that's
possible?
my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't.
You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason,
Like I'm
then
going
ask.
in, buddy.
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria.
Hey, could you
the
vote on
name
my
of the
friend
city
back in
the
town?
Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the
He's a good
opportunity
guy.
to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed
How do more people not realize
in
this?
the Book of the Dead.
Maybe he tells people some random ass shit, man. Like that, he didn't even hide it. He just said his name straight up to him here.
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there. Most unwise. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered,
Look, dude.
it falls to me.
But you're dead. What does it matter? Who are you gonna
I
fucking
think
remember
if
them
someone
for?
is to
Like who's
break the
remembering
golden
them?
rule,
Where?
it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait.
Are you gonna eat?
You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. I urge you, return to the surface with the Romans. It will be safer for you.
You think Valerius, like, bro, your hair's kind of disappearing. All right, whatever. The Sumerian. Regal. Now we have to gotta get out. We have time. Sin took root. Keeping that for later, man. One of these, eh? Anything else we're looking at down here? Seems like it. Keep rolling. Be rolling, rolling, rolling. No, I saw it was a pressure plate, but it could have been like to open a door, right? what do you mean, man? You know, like where you slide something on top of some shit? Yeah, I read the trap part after I got on it. Look, man, I had to get on it. There was no other option. We were getting on it either way, man. Guy doesn't spring traps when he sees it. He's weak. What is this trap gonna do? I'm gonna come busting out of there. Oh, same shit.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat.
Yeah, now hear me out.
Tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
I'm just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk, dude. I don't. Oh, you can believe whatever you want, man. I mean, do you hit him with the truth here? And hope it just, like, sways him? These both shit on his gods. This is just, like, whatever.
Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
Pay my respect. I feel like lying would be the play, but
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate. Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yeah. I don't know if we can get him to like help us on a different day. Which direction did we come from just now? Okay. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. What about the votes? Forget that Egyptian guy, man. Fuck him. There's no quest for him, dude. Good luck to him. Like the hermit philosopher, is he up here? Oh, now I hear a Unia in there somewhere. Too late. Yes. I'm gonna get a quick break. We'll continue. Guess we're close. Close-ish. We just have to get our dude elected, and then I think we're gonna move on to, I imagine, the very end. The Greek plaque is tied to this one, which is tied to this one, which is probably gonna create the paradox. So. Anyways, I'll be right back. I wonder if there's like a true way out of that. Like you could just talk to him. I feel like he wouldn't want to come back up and hang out with civilization, right? Civilization. Yeah, at the beginning this reminded me of Paradise Killer. The Paradise Killer keeps it pretty focused on actually solving a murder mystery. This gets into a bit more stuff. Still similar enough. The gameplay and some of the Metroidvania elements are a little different, but I think if you like this, you could enjoy that. Unless you hate this style, but I think that's really Paradise Killer's strongest point is its music and style. And then the concept. Probably the execution, then the gameplay.
Salve, friend.
It's a
Mind
good game,
telling me who you are and what you're doing with that
Glorious.
bow? Well, you sound...
Oh, okay. This will get him on his side, so this is necessary.
Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright,
guess.
got it. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Holy Jesus, dude. You can even get Glorious to do this, man? Glorious is literally just running around the city and doing fucking everything, dude.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival... What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Fucking Glorious. I like the funniness of this just on its own. Okay, I'll get that too while we're at it. It's a cute way of handling loops, right? Think of 12 minutes. One of the most annoying thing about 12 minutes, which is another looping game like this, is having to redo so much shit and having very little ways to expedite it. There are like some conversations that could be expedited with shortcuts, but for the most part, other than some piss poor fast forwarding mechanics, you just kind of have to wait them all out, and it is not as interesting to actually like delve in all the different paths. So at this point, what's-his-face should still know that we're not on his side. Can we save this guy right now? I don't know if he's just gonna like get the news because our guy's running around right now or what. He's not on the edge, so I imagine it's all good. Seems alright. The game probably just like quick does it, which would be good. I'm wondering about this though. This might be story related later. I do like that there seems to be multiple endings, but there's like one obvious true one. I think having like a bazillion slightly different endings, or a game that has a bunch of branching pathways that are all really weak, but there's a lot of them, is kind of overrated sometimes. I'd prefer a strong single story with a lot of ways to get to that point maybe. Or just not even that, just a strong story than having always just this need for bazillions of different variations. I mean, yeah, it's cool for immersion and stuff, and I think it's totally a fine way of doing a game. There's some great stuff like Deus Ex, the original one, that pulls it off just fine, but I don't know. I think it's more that just adding them just for the sake of it, can kind of water down what could just be a strong story if they're not going to pull it off. I'm reading the stuff here. I'll go tell Ulpius the good news. Ulpius, did you hear the good news? Oh, dude, our guy is a fucking beast.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Okay, see, that's cute. So he'll go and do it. Oh no, wait, Yulia's like on death's door, dude. I love this shit, man. Fucking galleys just fucking hauling ass, man.
Yulia!
A golden bow.
I'm
sorry,
sorry
saved
I didn't
her.
go through with it.
Diana.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
Yeah, everybody wins.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh,
If only she
what
had a vote.
relief. I don't know what
But
to
hey,
say.
I mean, freedom's cool, dude.
You don't need to say
Congrats.
anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when
Nice
you're
cock.
ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Welcome.
Larry's taking a break. Are you waiting for somebody?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Well. Oh, we're waiting on this. He's doing his thing. The music, dude. My king. I kneel. I kneel before your majesty. Look at this keen eye. The music. The framing. The pose. Look at him, man. Mr. fucking clean. He's cleaning up the streets, dude. With kindness.
I'll let everyone know.
He's like, wait. I love you. Also, I'll be the magistrate.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually,
Oh, nice.
I'd like to nominate myself. If
I
that's
forgot
all right.
he was. We told him to do that.
Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Is anybody listening even?
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
We've already had this conversation.
You're talking. You're a bit Sisyphus. Sisyphus was he was for Tantal. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling.
I have a feeling you'll do great. The next election will be here before you know it. Yeah.
Oh,
that's funny.
That's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret.
I'll make sure you win,
It's not
pal.
as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Name's Rufius. Galerius. Sorted out my room at... Fine. See you...
Okay, I think we could just go for it. If not, we'll just wait again.
A new face. Up. It'll be. Why do you? As I said, I'm planning. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started.
See, this is nice, right?
Citizens,
Like instead of waiting for the entire day,
let us meet to elect
there's a
our
little
magistrate.
option here. They give it a bullshit reason, but like, you know, they give it something just so you could not wait the whole fucking day, right? Like the game doesn't have an actual wait thing, and there's not that much you actually have to do on a time cycle. It's just fail states turning into like loops and shit like that. But I'm glad they did. Like I said, 12 minutes. That's one. You fuck up something after 20 minutes, you're gonna have to wait the 20 minutes, and it's like, kind of gets more old. I'm glad, even though it seems like an obvious thing that they went for the. For having like a nice little way to skip through stuff. That would have been a big blemish on this game if we had to wait. Like, I don't even know how long it is. It might have been like an hour or more. I don't know how long a loop is in this.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick.
I should have at least 3 of these. I don't know about
I'll start with you,
Georgius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius.
There you go.
The life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my room.
I love that everybody votes for Galerius and we just told them fucking what to do.
You have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
Gallus, Galerius, Elva, let's go.
Magistrate Galerius.
That's funny, and he gets
would you
fucked.
like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here.
Magistrate Galerius, they change him in the fucking subtitles, dude. Based, man. I wanna talk to him, dude. I love that his name is now Magistrate Galerius. Like, he's got that funny thing going on where it's like,
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
That's cute. You'd only get that dialogue afterwards. If you've already revealed his secret or whatever. Oh, oops.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Yeah, Galerius getting work done. Yeah, but he's kind of like the jester, ends up in some kind of huge position of power kind of joke thing, but like he's actually a cool guy. So like it's part funny because he didn't really do anything, but he's a good guy, so he deserves it, and he'll do good work technically. Not that we'll probably ever see it. He's already done some stuff.
Hello? Oh, sorry. I don't remember things so good. But thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. What was in there? Was it gold and pearls and shiny things? Do you think you could share some with me? I'm confused.
Not a treasure.
Hannibal said it was a precious secret. It's not a treasure.
Oh, I forgot we told her we were gonna leave her up there. I guess it's looped a few times.
Oh, alright. I trust you. Oh, look over there. Something shiny.
Jesus, this guy, man.
Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No! I don't want to go to Tartarus.
Oh, Dooley. Oh, Christ, Dooley. So that's how they get this to not go forever. This Dooley always ends up fucking it up. Galerius was gonna be the dude, man. But hey, we got it. That's a cute way to make sure that this just doesn't end up in some like infinite loop. What if he got hit by one of their arrows on accident?
All right then. I'll get out of your way.
I could just tell him to do it anyways. But it doesn't really matter at this point. If I did though, no, it'd be fine because the election wouldn't happen till later. Let's just go turn this in. Oh wait, did I never pick up the Greek plaque from him, dude? Oh. God damn it. Let's reload. Hopefully there's an autosave. He didn't give it to me. He said you can have this, but it's still in his prison cell, I think.
Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with
Thank
you soon,
God
Dooley.
they had a save here.
Oh, you could, my friend, but what? Maybe it is treasure.
There we go.
I can see it from myself. So pretty, and it's just lying out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I'll just wait here.
Salva. Oh. You look poor. All right, I'll go.
I just love that he does it, man. But you love that he does it. Because he's a fun character. He's a good guy, man. Good guy, Galerius, dude. Our guy. I think it's time, dude. I think everything's done. Take his name. Namkuzu. Oh, Nurgle. What to say, all of them? Oh, it depends on where we're at, I guess. I see. I get it now. The attack, man. I figured it'd be some fucking. Jesus. I figured it'd be something like this. Aliens, dude. This is like the AI. Well, that looks like our friendly neighborhood person there. Who are all these assholes, though?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
It's with your eyes. What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long.
What's your
Need to be
story,
more
pal?
specific. What do you wish to know?
But everybody with that.
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate.
No, he's got the eye thing going on like
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names.
She's looking to be a little frozen, my friend.
Isis to the Egyptians,
She's just been leading us around, I
Persephone
guess.
to the Greeks, and Persephone to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Okay.
Your gaze lingers too long.
So sorry. Look at me, now look at her, now look at me, now look back at her.
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless
Spooky
as possible.
arms.
For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld.
A wager.
It exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story. One that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day.
Is it something
You
about
see,
human morality or
long ago,
something?
My kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other
Elysium.
forms of life among the stars.
Where I will be in
We
Elysium.
discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Persephone saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, And soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death.
Well, she's not
Horrified,
dead.
I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Look, I get it, you're mad. We're working on it. Or I could just kill you. But I don't think they'll let me kill.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. But
We're getting
perhaps
the
you
big dub here.
Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how.
Does it just reanimate them, or what?
As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Oval, or as coins for the ferrymen. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Cute, rework the myths.
Of course. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet,
Guy's upper lip
the
is
second
really
woman summoned the
moist.
first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
That would suck some ass.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious.
What's up, Lassie? How you doing today, man?
Enough. You clearly know nothing. I give your kind a second chance in life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
One day I've had chest pains and breathing difficulties. Well, it's good you went to the ER, man. What was it? I mean, yeah, it's good it's not heart related. Hopefully it's just something small, like just really bad allergies or tight sipping. I don't know what that is. Tietzen, tight. Inflammation in the ribs. Oh. How did that happen? Cause usually isn't known. Trauma or muscle strain. Well, hopefully it's something that can get treated, man. I imagine it would be. Yeah, that's good. Awesome. Well, that's good to hear, man. I mean, I know it sucks still, but at least it's nothing that's like hardcore.
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Yeah, I bet, dude. I've heard the same thing with like extreme like GERD and shit. Like really bad acid problems. Yeah. That would be quite the worry for sure. Well, I'm glad that wasn't the case. Shame you had to go through the stress of it, but it'd be bad to have found out you actually did have it right back. You could just relax and know now, I guess, today. Well, what have you been up to then? It's your day off. I assume you get like sick hours or something for calling in. I think you guys had a pretty good system there.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question.
Yeah, why did he even ask? Cool. Well, enjoy your chill, man. Hopefully all the new medicine and stuff is helping and you're doing good overall though. Instantly? Yeah, I'm sure.
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway.
Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others. And be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Wish I could read the rest of it before this.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I'm right and you know it.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
It's not the same thing.
Supposing you're right.
We're entirely.
Broken, and I should turn you
Oh, did it do the LFE? Oh, I missed that. That's the first typo I noticed.
Huh. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The midwife and the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Applying this rule always... Now tell me, abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it?
I do.
He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing you're right, then my look... Now tell me, what... Do you honestly think you could do better?
Yes, and then the big paragraph, dude. We're having a logic battle and lore drop against something that's considered a god. But it's more that he's a creature from like an ascended plane, Elysium or whatever. He's been here for a while. He explains it all. His other friends left, but he's here on a wager. So that he can try to bring his wife back to Elysium because she gave up her immortality or something to try to help the humans or something. There's a lot more going on. It would be very hard to explain the entire game at this point. But yeah, we're in space right now, looking at Earth. The idea.
I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well.
That's all the questions. Let's talk about something else. That's all the questions I had.
Good. And now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
He's a video game player.
How did you
God, I hope they don't go into that meta. It's actually the player. I don't need to get that hardcore on it.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
Impossible. No mortals possess such power. Not yet, but I will learn the truth. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold.
I could just keep lying to him.
But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'm here to kill you. I bet he just fucked you, dude, if you do that.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
Wouldn't any of these be good? Doing others and all that. I don't think Persephone would want to fucking be. I don't think he'd want to be frozen in fucking time. Like she's got to deal with her.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
I have a lot of examples.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. True, I have witnessed him doing that. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist?
That has nothing to do with it.
Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish, and you are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your argument. I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans of my so-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done? It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument. Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them.
I mean, this doesn't matter where he's from.
But I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this.
Why holding these people to the same standard?
Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights?
Yes, lie. No.
Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. My love for her does not mean I am not superior. now that she is mortal.
I mean, they have a lot of reasons they could be superior, man. Like, I mean, they can be on another plane, they morph to whatever they want. Technology. I mean, what are they morally better here? I mean,
Bah! For a moment I thought you might have been building to a point. But I see now you are just a hubristic little creature. That is a very serious accusation.
let me just go back through them.
Every one of they. Let me. Do you? Of course. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me, because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal.
You're an arrogant, immoral hypocrite.
Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
I mean, he's not a human at all.
Your hubris grows tiresome. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can...
So what, we were supposed to not be mean to him because he's got his hurt little feelies?
Pathetic.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Where's the crown, dude? Can we get some cuts, like some points in the middle of that? That was a very long conversation and the lore matters a lot. Jesus, we're skipping.
And here you are. My... That... You will talk.
I wish they wouldn't put the fail state at the very end there without being able to save.
It is... that you we be but as to it of that is that but I give you that when for you. Then do you plan the I apply? Not if we're wise and Now tell. I've seen taking that.
I don't know if I have to go through all these or what.
Now tell. The mid. The. Apply. Now tell. You. And ignore. I. Now tell me. You did better. Now do you? I should. Now, did you have? Good. Charon. Wait.
Getting forgetful in your old age.
If that is true.
How did you?
Maybe there's gonna be an actual god above these guys. Nah, he's getting judged or something in some kind of extra 5D chess play.
I do not know. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. Why have you... If you... So... That is a very... Everyone... let me... Do you... Of course... My... Where to... In which... Because that... My kid. Make your... Let me... If you... How can... Wait. What? What are you saying?
Mistakes.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Preservator's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Sorry about that. Perhaps he made a mistake too.
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us. Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time.
At least he suspected it, and we didn't just flip him all of a sudden. Although we had some decent talking points compared to, say, like a mass.
Every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because doing so would violate the rules of my sacred agreement with Jupiter, and you would receive a hostile reception. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place.
I don't care if I'm separated from him. That was the deal the whole time, man.
What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
The life of a looper.
Farewell, mortal.
Yo, Al. You're not gonna believe this shit. Nice to meet you for the third time for the first time.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Know who you are. I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last
I did, but
person
I
in here
restarted
was
it
a
because I
Roman
forgot the
man named
dialogue.
Galerius, who inscribed an account into a
Made
tablet.
some mistakes.
Apparently,
and
there was a community
missed
of
some other
20-something
dialogue
people
on the
trapped
second
in here,
account. So.
and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpine, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
These Romans are crazy.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there I thought
Just
you were
a
serious.
joke.
Anyway,
Just a
I
joke,
think I
man.
found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city.
Let's go get
Follow
some
me.
drinks, Al. Drinks are on me this time, Al. fucking her up again now.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Why would it matter? The only reason he did that and the other ones is because we told him he suicided, and then he believed us. At this point, there's nothing evil going on here. Are you the Crown from the future?
But you're alone. Ah, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity,
We've heard this
in
spiel
gradual
before.
change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead. You can just call me Carol. I do not. That. Most souls. Ask yourself on. As you wish. You were falsely accused on your your hope. You both fought. There was that man. You were. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a well, those a long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins.
Why are we hearing
and
it from
had
her
me
again?
distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of
I want to know how the time
I was
travel's
to locate
happening here.
them and ferry them here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't
Al,
believe what we found.
Mr. Barrel
The ruins
Chat.
of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Oh, there's a 1 year later. Yeah, I can't tell if this is like the true ending or not, man. Who are you? Oh, it's Al. It's Al.
It's great to see you
Oh,
again.
my friend.
I read about your trial in the news. Congratulations on your acquittal. Still, I'm
Oh,
sorry
yeah,
you
I
had
was
to go
supposed to
through
be a
all that.
thief.
Anyway,
I set that
after
up.
everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate
Let's
some
stay here on the
good
space
news.
station, dude.
So after we
Fuck
got back
that.
to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see
Yeah,
this for
there's
yourself.
no option there.
Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
You're gonna want to see this for yourself. Is there gonna be like a fucking statue of me?
Oh,
Jesus. Oh, hey.
You're finally here. Remember me?
The fuck?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to
But
help
they
us start
put
our
you in the
lives over.
modern day.
Only,
Glorious
for some
in the
reason, she
future,
returned us
let's
to
go.
your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me.
I mean, I'd rather be here than probably back in old
thanks
Roman times.
for freeing us from the underworld.
Hopefully nobody else wanted to
giving us
stay.
a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too,
Jeez.
with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Hell yeah, Galerius.
I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're
Best.
planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there.
I'm in, dude.
Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So
We
you
got
better
the
keep
whole
moving.
fucking shebang
We'll
on
speak
them.
again soon, my friend.
This'll take a bit. Jesus, Aqueduct. Those boots. That fucking muscle pose, man. Jesus. We're the fucking museum. Aqueduct, like, we get it, you're a priestess, and now, you
There he
know,
is.
you can do what you want. God damn.
Here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
Oh shit. I can tell. Nice fucking cleavage, man.
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family. And Dooley too, of course.
Of course,
It
Dooley.
feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us.
Don't worry. I'm sure the nuclear winter's gonna come soon. You'll be regretting it. You'll wish you're back in Rome.
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
So if I talk to all these people on the last loop personally, would they know me? Because technically on this loop, she never met me, so now she's saying, oh, it's nice to meet you, but we've talked to her a bazillion times.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
I like that attention to detail, though. Like, even in the finale, like, they kind of keep it in line with what you did on the loop, but they still don't make it just, like, lame, or just they just don't know you at all. Speed. They try to, like, bridge it. She has, like, a power fucking, like, that is a power stance, dude.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
I know, Dooley.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place.
Your shoulders
I
are
didn't
clipping
like
through your shirt. He's a simple man, but he's pure. Except that he likes to steal shiny things. But it's childlike
Treasure?
purity, I guess.
Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories.
A box that tells stories.
My favourite thing.
I hope it's a fucking video game.
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house.
They remember you got her name
They look
right.
after me now and help me remember when I forget things.
Dooley, man.
Like
My
brushing
guy.
my teeth.
Feel you there, eh, Dooley?
Bye bye.
Wait, does Dooley have a full set of teeth now, dude?
Hello again.
He does.
Bye bye.
They respawned his ass with a full fucking set of chomps, man. That was nice. I've already got some replacement. Horatius, wait. That backpack was there at the place we were at with Horatius.
Evening. Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, that beginning is probably just like, they always do it that way, like, hey, nice to meet you, and then it goes into the usual stuff. I'm sure there's some extra flavor dialogue if you're more personal with them, but... I mean, on the last loop, I just told Galerius to go do everything, right? Then I went straight to God, because, I mean, there's nothing else to do. Technically, I only ever actually talked to Galerius in the last ruler. I feel like most people would.
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still,
no Nero though.
I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Not bad, Horatius. So, like, how do they have names? Like, I mean, I guess people might have, they might have names like this. But these are some old school names, man. I don't know if people still roll around with, like, hardcore Roman names these days, but...
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself
they're using the good music here.
Isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Music's been solid overall, but this is the one that's like really memorable. I think it's just the music that plays when you just walk in. Glad you're coping. You coping, bro?
Thanks.
Thanks.
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most.
No shit.
He got himself disqualified from the UFC. So he started some kind of underground...
Well, he was in the UFC, I guess he would be. He was a gladiator.
Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out. And his life along with it. You know what they say.
Biggest dickest, dude.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
He got left behind with Chad Thundercock.
Perhaps.
He kinda got what he deserved. It's a shame that he ended up being a piece of shit.
And you. Farewell.
Yeah, I was thinking about Monty Python earlier today. Because we were talking about it last night when we were doing co-op. I was like, you know, I've never even seen a full Monty Python anything. I saw like a bit of the meaning of life, and that was like it. And I've seen like a little bit of the medieval one.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius
No, what happened?
after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is...
No,
never
let me know.
see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please.
That's liberating.
Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for
Alexa,
me.
get
Because
it?
it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
I get it. That was kind of cute. A couple of the other, very few lines, but there are a few lines that kind of like dabble in memes and like current events. This is the only one I thought was kind of funny. So she's just a shut-in that has her Amazon as Alexa. Because they were Roman, right? So when she says like servant, summoning things, it's supposed to be like an actual slave or something. But Alexa, I kind of get a kick out of it. That kind of like the clashing of two different times thing joke. I'll take it. I think that would be totally lost on most people if Alexa becomes somehow not a thing in like 5 years. So once again, having too much like modern stuff like that can date your game, but I don't think it kills any of it in this game at least. Or something like Borderlands 2 or Guacamelee. There's a lot of humor and a lot of stuff that is dated and just all misses, right? And something like Borderlands 2 where the wackiness and the comedy is kind of a big deal. It's pretty bad.
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld.
Jesus.
Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Yeah. He did once tell me he wanted to live forever. This is a Bond quote, isn't it? Gotta be, man. Yeah. It just sounds like one. Like he always did, like he always said she liked a good squeeze and all that shit.
Then I suppose he got his wish.
Yeah, fuck him, right?
You too. See you around.
You're the Oracle, right?
You're alive. Mystery Anarchy is fine.
Oh, of course. Sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
So what if on this loop I didn't do this? 'Cause I had him talk on this loop. Everybody real quick, just for shit. Like, why not? But what if I didn't? What if I just told him to fuck off and then I went and talked to God myself? Would this just be dead?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend.
Wonderful.
And I'm studying English at university.
Why are your
Eventually,
eyebrows
I
a
want to
different
travel the
color
world
than your
and
hair?
write about it. Turns out,
Must be
it's
the
about
light.
30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Well, I guess they sold the coin. I was like, where are you getting the cash, man?
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Mm. That's the deal, huh? Keeps getting better and better because people aren't ever content, I guess. I could jump 2,000 years in the future. You know, I don't know. That's a risk, man. Like, if I could jump 2,000 years in the future, it might be pretty awesome. Or it could be we're hitting that, like, the climax, man, where shit's gonna fucking tumble down, right? It's gonna be Matrix, or we're gonna be all taking the happy drugs, you know, or it's gonna be like a law ending or something, and like SMT, we're all wearing white robes in fields, praying to some kind of fucking something, right? Utopia. A risky take. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't jump 2,000 years in the future. Permanently.
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital.
Nice.
As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
There you go.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Yellowstone's just blown up, yeah. And I happen to have decided to go there while I was on a trip to Yellowstone. I would imagine in 2,000 years they got like a big dome over Yellowstone, man, or something. It's just some shit. A big fucking cork on that fucker.
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
Going to Nigeria, that sucked for you.
Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, really? Man, yeah. I don't know when it's due, but hopefully by that point we're either on another planet or have some kind of way to like divert it or stop it from being as hardcore as it is. Oof. No. It's either that or we'd have to have tech to like adapt to a new climate like that, but I could see us I would see us being able to stop it or change it, the volcano explosion itself, before adapting to a totally new climate and everything, right? I mean, that would affect like produce, animals, and I mean that would everything, right? That would pretty much be GG.
You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Oh, hey, are you learning medicine?
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Yo, man, I don't know. I'm just saying, if it's in multiple thousands of years, right? There's a very real chance we'll have technology to mess with it if we don't blow ourselves up at that point.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which,
I'm sure,
I
man.
wanted to say thank you in
Most
person.
of it, I'd be
say
fucking
the
dead,
gods
I'm sure.
smile on you, but I hear you drove the last
I'm
of
Central.
them off. So,
Southern Central. I imagine they have ways of predicting when it'll happen, though. I assume it won't be anytime soon, but let's hope it's not until let's hope it's not until we can figure out some way to fix that issue. Or maybe it'll be for the best, man. End humanity, man. Where we can destroy some aliens' homeworld or some shit. Take us out, man. Found out a watering hole with lots of really well-preserved animals. I died from the last Yellowstone explosion, really? They all died together and their lungs were full of that. Jesus. So were they like some surprisingly like really weird different creatures, or they would have been a little different, right? That long ago. I think they're just gonna find like a bear or something, right? It'd be interesting to see pictures if they've taken any.
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
Good work, Lucy.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Didn't have much to say to her, but... Georgius. Holy fuck, that suit.
You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
I'm familiar with you,
I am
Georgius.
told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling.
I'm sure it is
Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will
his
settle
eyes.
down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Saints member, yeah. So to me there, Georgius.
You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
Hey, you know what? That sounds good, alright?
Thank you. I really am.
I see you watched the Flintstones recently. Are you a fan of Fred by chance? Fucking dress, dude.
You too.
Big Flintstones fan,
Greetings.
Oh, yeah. Do you teach?
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century.
What about all the people who got
What a
tortured
time to be
for
alive.
so long?
And it seems
The
I have
other like
Batabasis to
980 something. I guess fuck them, they're dead, right? These people got brought back, or maybe if you die after getting killed again, he can't bring you back. We don't know how that technology works.
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
I wonder if I get more dialogue out of them, like I said, if during the last loop I went and talked to everybody for shits.
Some soiree, innit?
Yes.
Oh,
We should
hello
be
at
dead.
last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from
This
selling
guy's
my
an
trinkets
asshole.
and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Like how you have to fuck him over, dude, because he's an asshole. Broadcast television, DVD rentals, print media is going to make a huge comeback. How do we let him down, man? I mean, DVD rentals probably.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
Blockbuster's gonna get
I'll
fucked.
buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for
I
the
like
tips,
how
my
everybody
friend.
who's a dick gets theirs, man. You know, like this guy looks like he's doing good, and then you fuck him over. And then that other chick went to like Nigeria or something, and she's probably gonna get like fucked over from some fucking disease.
Good evening.
One guy went insane, one guy died in like a blood
Lovely
sport.
to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never
I
forget
don't
it.
remember who you are.
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place.
Oh,
Oh,
Octavia.
and I'm training to be a crisis counselor.
She
After you
was the
sent
chick
Valerius
at the
to persuade
top.
Ulpius not to
Yeah.
take his own life, I
Yeah,
was
he was
inspired.
gonna jump.
I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people.
The Meditations.
Like you helped
I'm
him.
not familiar with that. Is that a book about the Romans, or a book written during Roman times or something?
Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Collection of personal notes of the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Huh. That would be very interesting to read just somebody in a... Not even just because it might be wise, but just to see the perspective of somebody ruling over something as big as like a Roman Empire. Who just had different... They are how that would just change somebody. Although I don't remember how the Roman hierarchy and all that kind of worked, the lineage. If it was decided on like the son of your son and all that shit. Like if he was born into it, then that would still be just as interesting, but different from a guy just becoming an emperor, like a normal guy. The philosopher king. A learned man.
Greetings.
Oh, hey, this chick.
Thank you for your kind
This
words
chick who
and
figured it out.
for liberating us all. In all the time
Sounds
I was
interesting
in
though,
the
man.
underworld, I
Like a-
never once imagined that I
I
might
imagine
end
it's
up in
a
a place
dense
so
read.
much like Elysium.
Either just random, you know, as a diary would be, or just the way it's probably written since it's so old. Is it like adapted to more modern times? I guess it would have to be, right? I don't know how much. Sometimes they adapt stuff to like really common, like, you know, modern kind of speaking, but then sometimes it's kind of like halfway. I think Alighieri's like Inferno was kind of that way. Like, well, the one I read was kind of dense still. They might make it even easier versions. I guess so you just lose some of the nuance when that happens, but what can you do, right? If they're like writing in like Latin back in the day, you're not gonna really be able to read it.
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Oh, really? Like somebody found my dirty porno mags that I'm sure I totally have here. I've never even seen a porno mag. I don't think those are... I think those have been around for a while, but yeah, okay. That would be some really personal stuff. That'd be interesting.
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still all, yeah, human. I mean, through just media and just assuming, you know, it's being such a big position of power, you know, that maybe they could be larger than life. And I'm sure some people, there are those kinds of people who could possibly just be all there, but in the day, still human. We're all cut from the same cloth, man, so. And I think everybody knows that. It's just easy to forget about it and get lost in, like, the brilliance, you know, some guy being like the Emperor of Rome, right? So it'd be kind of just neat seeing specifically what he'd have to say about it.
It is an
nice
honor
jacket.
to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures.
Good shit.
I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is
That's a
time
pretty
I
heavy
had some
statement.
fun.
Spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins to say access to it. He was a Egyptian or whatever. Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it if you have to. With the same weapon of reason which they are. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good one. I always like those ones where don't worry so much about the future. I mean, you could turn that into like being ignorant, not being prepared, but I think over worrying about the future, to the point where you can't even enjoy yourself, or it's interesting seeing someone like that say similar stuff.
Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Orpheus and Virgil.
Hello.
You Twinkies together now?
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet.
Are you smooching him or not, dude? I'm kind of need to know. Went from threatening the guy because of his fucking back, man. To what now? He's fucking laying some pipe with him, man.
Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere.
Of course, dude.
Got to stay vigilant.
That tinfoil hat out while you're at it.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
The packs, man. The fucking... He's got some fucking big nips, man. These are some droopy fucking packs, my man, but whatever. Why do they gotta be like Twinkies, man?
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Virgil was pretty cool, too.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
It's rather hopeful, or, you know, nice look. I like that this game is, for all of it, like, philosophical stuff and the moral talks, right? They do end it with a rather hopeful look at our current world, so kind of cute.
You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
So I guess they are a thing, man. It's handled with some grace, I'd say. I'd have most of the romances here. A lot more about their personal things going on.
What is up?
Evening.
What is up?
Hi.
Hello there.
Oh,
I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own
Sorry, I
name.
left you hanging in that
After you drove
fucking
Pluto off, Proserpina
aqueduct.
came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed.
I wonder what would happen if I walked up to her
grateful to you
and
for
then
making
left
sure he's
her
still with us.
after telling her to
If you're ever
fuck off.
passing
If
through
she'd
the region,
think
I hope you'll come
worse
and
about me
visit us.
now.
You can try some of our very own wine.
I like how they said, I'm sorry I had no idea, except we did have an idea. We even had the dialogue for it.
Thanks. You too.
Ulpius, you look like a fucking piece of, like, beef jerky. No, it's good they got together.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
I didn't
I'm
care,
Ulpius.
yeah. That's right. And your shirt's still clipping through yourself, man. God, this guy has seen some shit, man.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope?
Yeah.
And missed out
This
on
guy is
all of
the
this.
most, like,
So we're living each day to the fullest.
punished, man.
And we
Looking-
end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine. which
butt
the locals say
naked.
is almost drinkable now, and watching the
Fucking
sun
like
set
rabbits.
over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Hell yeah, dude.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
It's true.
You too.
And I won't let you forget that, my friend. Not until the day you die. I'll be there, reminding you. Even when you're taking a shit, I'll be there. Never forget. Your debt will never be paid.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
Is it Persephone?
I think you know her.
Oh. Yeah, that's it.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long,
Jesus Christ, lady. You're fucking playful, aren't you, man?
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal.
So you've
I
taken
wanted to meet you
to
in person,
fashion.
and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my
I was
gifts
wondering
as the
how they were
goddess
going
of
to
the cycle
explain
of
who the
life
fuck
and
did
renewal.
that.
After
Was going to be like a
witnessing Pluto
higher
crush
power?
countless
Or
poor
just a-
souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier, he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect,
It
prolong his own
was
life
an
indefinitely by
accident that he
exploiting
remembered
the cycle.
everything.
Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some
new
kind.
world.
She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again.
Oh god, is this sequel bait?
I imagine we all
Did
will.
you just hit me with the fucking dinger, dude? Kieran's big fucking happy theme park holiday, man. It's gonna be an escape room.
And you, although it
With
feels like
real
I've known you
estate.
forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues
the
scattered throughout
people.
the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Oh.
Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to
Sorry
achieving
about
what you did.
sorry about the guys I kicked into the
Hercules,
pools,
Theseus,
man.
and Aeneas would be proud.
Sorry about that. Sorry that I kicked almost all of you into ravines. Okay, so that's cute. I'm glad they covered that because I was joking about that earlier. I'm like, did everybody just get fucked? Who was here before these guys? Like, they just get chosen to be the ones who make it out. And usually in a lot of games and stories, that's what would happen, right? What I respect about this game is it does try to hit all the little details you would ask, right? Even if it seems like cheesy that everybody's just there, like, you know, it would be kind of fucked for this like all-powerful race to just resurrect the people you met. These people fucking should be mindfucked right now, though. Some of these people were stuck in a fucking gold statue for like 5,000 fucking years, dude. Don't think you just be coming into New York City feeling okay after that, but some of these people even had their like skin and shit like just flashed, like just fuck, man. So maybe they just revived the versions of them before the statue? I don't know. I don't know what ending 3 was, but I'll have to look it up later. Well, anyways, that was the Forgotten City. It was good. I actually thought it was pretty good. I think last night, you know, obviously I was sloshed. The story game was not a good. I was not a good idea, and I stopped. So it was good. I did. And that early Karen line made me, got me thinking the wrong things. But once I found out what the game was about, the loops, Dennis Kleinman, seems familiar. Anyways, once I figured out, you know, it was about time loops and it was a bit more than just like Roman drama stuff, you know, it really came into its own. Thought it was solid. I think the dialogue was good. It doesn't try to be too simple and palatable. It gets into some interesting little talks. I think the characters are all pretty distinct because of probably just the dialogue, right? I mean, they're interesting. They have, you know, what makes them take a little bit, and they've got interesting little arcs and stories. Not everybody gets as much time as others, but for the most part, I didn't think there was like a bad character. I think some of them, like I said, are a bit simple. Like Kabosh ends up being kind of just simple, you know, but he serves his purpose as the kind of segue into figuring out the bigger meta mystery. Stuff like that. Octavia, similar, but yeah, it was cool. Dennis Kleinman is the voice of the philosopher and another person. Yeah, I also think a lot of it's because of the voice acting. I think the voice acting was good. I did not have any big issues with the voice acting. I think a lot of the voice actors pulled off some nice nuanced shit that made the conversations feel more natural, more real. I mean, there's some weird ones, right? And they're, you know, they feel a little bizarre. And I think coupled with some okay facial animations, it can make for some odd stuff. But for the most part, I think the voice acting and the dialogue was good enough that it made for pretty immersive, interesting storylines and stuff. I think having like a nice sense of overall mystery and not just being focused on some kind of political stuff was good. I didn't want to just play a game that was just you went back to Roman times and it's just a culture clash and that's kind of all it is. It's a lot more about just morals and ethics and then, you know, individual little stories and how the time loop, you gotta, you know, use that to your advantage and stuff. It's not a hard game. It's not gonna puzzle you when it comes to time looping. It has a lot of quality of life stuff so that you don't need to redo too much shit. It's very, very, you know, very good for that. A lot of little shortcuts, jumps, and conversation you can do that feel natural, but skip a lot of redoing of stuff. Galerius, he will go do all of the events for you if you ask him. And they actually work that into the story and everybody remembers it. And I think that's a very elegant way of handling time loop issues in games, right? I think something like 12 minutes does it poorly, where you just have to redo things for just obscenely long periods of time to get very small new bits of info. This game handles it with a lot of grace, so that's good. Yeah, so like I said, solid characters, solid dialogue. I think the overarching story is interesting, but I think it's more interesting in the kind of the dialogue it gives you than the actual concept of it. You know, some kind of progenitor god thing, you know, alien race that watches over, you know, humanity and stuff. You know, I don't think they were trying to do anything creative there, like new there, but I think the take they did on it, where it was them kind of judging, you know, human ethics and whether you could actually have like a utopia and stuff, was interesting. And I think, you know, if you're in it more for that part, just the dialogue at hand, and you're not looking for this mind-breaking big twist, it's pretty cool. And it wasn't like tactical aliens. I mean, they were like this ascended people and stuff, so it's a little bit extra. Yeah, so solid there. I think the pace is pretty good. It took me, what, 10.5 hours? We pretty much did everything. There's one ending I didn't do, which I mean is probably nothing special. So probably 10 hours of actual game time. Whew, excuse me. Yeah, I think it was paced well. There was always, you know, you start out not being able to do a shitload. It's just you meeting all these people, but then you get, you know, the bows, and you get new keys and items because you can permanently take things back in through the loops, and it speeds things up, and you can see which conversations, you know, you need to go trigger with other memes and stuff. And not a massive map, so it's pretty easy to remember where to go and stuff, and I think that's for the best. Yeah, I was bored. I was pretty into it. Yeah, so what else was there? I think visuals, I think it looked pretty good. It was a pretty solid looking game. I think there's some uncanny valley stuff with the characters. There's some odd animations here and there, but I think for the most part, if you're just kind of reading the subtitles and stuff, and you're kind of just glancing at the characters here and there, right? I think, you know, if you get them under the magnifying glass, it's a little wonky. And yeah, the Skyrim Zoom I've never been a big fan of. I get why they do it, because they want you to get close to the character and see them. But the problem with it is you don't do that in reality, right? You stand next to people and you move around a bit, and you know, you're looking at other stuff. You don't just have like a portrait view of somebody, so it feels unnatural where it's trying to be natural, right? It like removes you from everything around you. And I think if your animations for your faces aren't amazing, it focuses on something that might not be good, right? Like, I think the animations were okay, but like, you're gonna notice them a lot more when you're staring them down like the barrel, right? Yeah. It's like, fucking, like, no, look at me, no, look at me. Yeah, it's like you're like all the way down the stairs, right? I get it. I get why you would do it. You want to see his face. You want to show off like subtle facial expressions. It's important, and that's what they try to do with this, and I really respect they went for it. You know, obviously this is something that's, think of something like Last of Us 2 or something, right? It's been done amazing, like way better. But I think for probably whatever budget they had, I mean, I think the animation stuff was fine. I don't think it distracted too much. I do think, like, yeah, perfect facial animation could probably, you know, with the right performances, you know, elevate the dialogue even more. But I think the voice acting is much more important, which I think was good overall. You know, there's a lot of different accents and stuff, but, you know, it never, like, a dip in quality, right? They didn't just pick somebody random off the street, like, for the most part, you know. Everybody fit, but still sounded pretty solid. Yeah, so visually, you know, I like the architecture and all that, you know, it's Roman stuff and some Greek stuff and a little bit of Egyptian and Sumerian. What you'd expect, actually. It looked nice. I think the lighting was cool. Nothing insane there. I think the music was solid. I can't say I remember all the tracks, but I think some of the more somber ones like this, that kind of have this like Howard Shore-y kind of, you know, bittersweet kind of like vibe to them. I think those are solid. And that was what the vibe was on a lot of it, a lot of the soundtrack. I think it kind of gives it a bit more emotion when you're doing stuff. Yeah. It's not a game I would say overall though in general it's gonna make you you're not gonna be tearing up. You might make you think some things. Stuff like that. I didn't have any like major, big, huge emotional moments, but I did have a lot of fun with it. I think it was entertaining. There's a lot of lovable characters and shit, like, I already forgot his name, Cornelius, the guy at the beginning, right? Where they do a good job of kind of like meshing humor in just the situation that he's in, but not actually really writing in any humor. Like, it's funny, right? He's running around just fucking doing all this shit for you, and he's like, just because he's a super nice guy, right? And it ends up being worked into the story, and they do have some actual jokes. There's some pretty Chad lines you can throw out and all that, but it's got a good blend. I think those are some of the, when it comes to emotional stuff, takeaways. More just kind of like a funny, like a lovable kind of vibe to it. Anyways, I don't know where I'm going with that. What else is there? There was gameplay bits. Like I said, I think the level design was solid enough. It's not padded with a bunch of extra space. It feels like a nice little mini city, but it doesn't have... It's not annoying to move around in. They give you the shooting. It's a bow and arrow. You can run and shoot. There's headshots. You shoot the environment, turn it to golden climb. Felt fine. I think for it only really having like, probably like an hour to 2 hours, not even that, probably just an hour's worth of actual like shoot 'em up sections, it was totally fine. Obviously you could use those things to end loops and stuff as well. I think you could even have a gun, depending on which class you picked, which definitely feels like kind of like a holdover from probably when this was a mod or something. I picked the one that let me run 25% quicker. I figured we'd finish quicker then, but I don't think it makes much of a difference. You spend most of your time standing still talking to people, not dead sprinting even. At most you're like walking. Yeah. And I don't think it would add much replay value to change them. Because, like I said, it's not a very hard game to figure out. Being able to have a gun might let you deal with a few weird things here and there. Speedrun of this, I imagine it's 20 minutes or less because you could skip the cutscenes. Well, you can't skip every cutscene. Shoot some dude in the face. Oh. It's Sentius. That's ending 1. Is there a category for ending 4? Yeah, if you kill the guy that's supposed to open the portal for you to go back in time, it would create a paradox so it ends it. Right? That would be the first ending. Yeah, I'm sure 80% joke. It would have to be true ending. And even that might not be long. I imagine that's not more than like an hour, if that. Yeah, what else? So yeah, gameplay wise, yeah, I think I don't have any really big issues with what's here. I do think maybe it could have had a bit more puzzle solving when it came to the looping and stuff. Not more tedium, I like I said, the quality of life. I like with Delirious and shit. But figuring out what you have to do, it's got a lot of waypoints. A lot of things are highlighted. It's very obvious to tell how to like get into, the rival politics guys, Milesius, whatever his name was, his house, right? There's a lot of pretty obvious spots once you have the tool you need. I think maybe some more items, maybe some key items that you can interact with some stuff. Like, I don't know, anything. Think of any adventure game, right? Just little things like that might be okay. Or ways you can kind of play with the loop. But I can see why they didn't want to go that route too hard. I'm just saying maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit more. For the most part, like I said, it's got a pretty steady pace. And you will not, you would not get stuck. I don't think so. Ending 4. I'm gonna watch this after this. I'm interested. 4 minutes. What the? Ending 1 soldier, ending 1 fugitive, ending 2. Damn. How does this work? For that matter, though, there is actually a lot of ways you can do some things. Some situations you could talk to somebody to like get the Roman slab. You can talk to the guy and he'll give you the key, or you could shoot your the gold shot at the vines and get in. So there are a few ways to take things. It's not always the same, but I don't think it's super varied. It's more in the order of when you want to handle them, I think. Which is totally fine. But yeah, I think maybe just a touch more playing on the loops when it comes to puzzle solving would be kind of cute, but that's not really, I would not call it a complaint as much as just kind of, you know, just maybe a small gripe. Yeah, what else just to wrap it up? Oh, detail. I think they did a good job of setting flags and making sure they covered in lots of interesting details. So, like, I've been saying this before. So let's say you have 8 options in the dialogue tree, right? You could pick 2 and then go to 8 and it'll remember something from 2 and change how 8 works. Because she's like, oh, I just said this and that. And it feels seamless for the most part. When you play a lot of other games like this, like a Fallout or something, it feels very gamey. Like, it's very fucking obvious that, like, even though they just said something, this is its own fucking line on the list, right? They don't really put in that kind of time unless it's a very big thing to have, like, little consistencies between orders of, you know, what they should know and what they've already talked about on a list. It's sometimes not perfect. You'll repeat conversations in this, even when they're not grayed out. Like, I think there's one with Octavia. She brings up something depending on an order you do. There's stuff like, you asking a question that's considered, like, insensitive because of what you know, and it can be kind of silly because it's only like a few people that happens to, where they get like pissy and they won't want to talk to you. Some of them don't always make much sense, but since there's a loop, it's not a big deal. For the most part, it's fine. But yeah, the game does a good job of, I feel like, polishing like dialogue consistency. Like, even at the end here, nobody actually had met me except one guy, because in the last loop I just talked to him and I go straight to God. Even though I've already met everybody before, so I wouldn't be surprised if I actually met them in the loop and then ran to the God guy if they would have slightly different dialogue. So there was special dialogue even for like really like deep stuff. Like I found out the father was evil, confront him about it. He lets the loop keep going. Then I set up a different, you know, magistrate, and then I talk to him as he's leaving, and he's got a very, you know, like a personal line that only he would really say if you had all of those things flagged, essentially. And at least I think that was the case. It might have just been something more general, but I think that's pretty nice. It helps make the characters feel a bit more believable, it makes it more immersive. You know, when you'd expect them to say something here like, oh, is he gonna say something about this, you know? Because normally a person would, and then they do. You feel, you know. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? It feels more immersive. So, anyways, I think I'm talking in circles a little bit, but I'm trying to think of some maybe more issues. I've been pretty positive about this one. We talked issues when it came to, I think, facial animations a little bit. A lot of it's gripes. Like I said, like, you know, a little bit more loop and stuff, a bit more puzzles. I mean, this is a gripe as well. I mean, if you care a lot about probably how Roman culture was, I don't think the personalities of everybody in this probably would line up very well with how the culture and everything would be of like Romans of the time. I think they do a good job of making everybody seem distinct who's supposed to be from like a different culture and stuff, but it doesn't feel like obviously like modern like in their personalities, but I imagine it's more like that. And it's hard to really say that's an issue because, I mean, it's a game made by people nowadays, for people nowadays. You can't have it be like, I don't even know how you'd be able to do that, right? Like, you know, how exactly would the, you know, their culture be very different back then? You know, just like something like slavery is just normal, right? Like, you don't really get that vibe from a lot of people in this. So I think if you're in this maybe for historical stuff, I don't think it's bad on that front, but I don't think I would not recommend to play it just for some kind of historical window. Anything else? I'm tired. This is interesting. I honestly I liked it. I did like it. I did not expect to like it as much as I did. I like the tune. I think that about covers everything. Unless somebody's got, you know, somebody's been here, or if just anybody's just rolled in. Is there anything they want to just mention or ask, or anything? I'm sure I've missed some. I really need to start writing notes down again. And I'll just, I think that'll be about it. I'll throw out like the quick general thing here. Yeah, so in general, I thought it was good. I thought it was solid. I think it's a good game, and I think it's a good example of a game focused on a very tight world, very tight vision that lets them polish things like dialogue to a level that makes it a lot more immersive, where something more bloated can kind of feel, even though it's vast and pretty and stuff, feel a lot more hollow, like in Assassin's Creed. So it's a great example of good dialogue in a video game, or at least, you know, consistent dialogue, and a cool concept, cool time loop thing. It's good. It's worth playing. It's on Game Pass for like 2 weeks now or something. I don't know how long the game's been out in general, but it's been out on Steam since July. Yeah, definitely don't let the Roman things fool you. It's not a historical, it's not purely a historical thing. I think it's got a little bit of everything for everybody here. Unless you just want like run and gun, so I feel like story, it's cool. So, yep, that is it. Let's hit this message from the devs. Twitter. Fuck it, man. I tweeted out. Maybe. I'll do it later if I do. Anyways, yeah, I definitely think this game is worth playing. This is one of those I definitely would feel good about. I recommend it to people, and I will. There's a lot of interesting things to bring up about this game to mention in the future. I think if you want something similar to this, anybody in here is just like watching this on like a replay. Paradise Killer, I think, is similar. It's a bit more focused on style and flashiness, soundtrack and all that, and keeping it more focused on a murder mystery. It also has a little bit larger of a world and a little bit more wacky gameplay stuff, but it's another solid kind of go talk to interesting characters at whatever pace you want to learn about what's happened. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, if you like time loops, I mean, check out almost any sci-fi VN, right? Oh yeah, so if you like that kind of sci-fi, trying to figure out what people are doing kind of thing, try something maybe like the Sekimea, Spun Glass, or like a Nuchikoshi thing. lot of VNs. I would say VNs more than anything, even games like have explore time loop time loops, time travel, and all that to a very large extent. If anybody's interested in more time loop VNs, just let me know. If they have more, I'm too tired, I know. I don't know if I could recommend 12 minutes. You'd have to be really dying for time loopy shit. See, I like this. They're not like, hey, don't stream our game. They're like, hey, you can don't let people get spoiled. But yeah, so that was a solid Game Pass one. I have heartburn out the ass. Jesus Christ. Anyways, that'll be it today, I think. Tomorrow, maybe we'll do My Way Out. Maybe I'll start up Moonglow Bay, which is a fishing adventure game. Maybe start up Swery's new game, The Good Life, which is supposed to suck. But everybody says that about every Swery game. I think the big problems, like with most Swery games, is just really bad optimization, bad bugs. So there might be a good game underneath there. We'll see how that is. I think that's kind of an adventure one. Procession of Cavalry we might mess with again as well. That one seems like it's just pure kind of like Monty Python type of comedy, but like not good. But it might be. Maybe I'll change my tune. And yeah, we'll see what else. I got a bazillion other things on here as well. So. Anyways, thank you guys very much for watching. Anybody on right now? Any guys about to stream? Rip or anything? I don't think anybody is. Let me double check here. I really starting to use hashtags when I play games and put them on Twitter as well. I don't see anybody on. So we're just gonna roll, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, what else is coming in the future? If we still got people in here doing Endwalker and SMP5 later this month. I'm gonna do Life is Strange 3 in the Discord very soon. I might even do that tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. I wanted to get a few more just like raw streams through before I do that though. We might watch a movie later tonight. I kind of want to watch Batman vs. Robin. So we'll see if I manage to pull that off. Yeah. Otherwise, it's going to be backlog for 2 or 3 weeks. I might send back Sharing the Wanderer. I'm honestly not terribly interested at this point in doing Sharing the Wanderer. It seems very heavy duty. It looks fun, but it looks kind of like a fucking pain in the ass. So I think what I am going to do is I'm going to send it back, save those slots for something else, and we'll do Pokemon Mystery Dungeon or something before I get to Shirin eventually. I think I'm gonna take Fasto's advice on that. It's also not supposed to be very short, and I really do want to crank through some other games. I don't want to dedicate one of the